Hello? Hello? Okay. It's registering my mic now. Sorry about that. I do unfortunately have to set everything back up. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. I've had an absolutely awful morning. This has not made things better. But things can only get better. Hello? Hi Lars. How's it going? I was ready and now I'm less ready, but maybe I will be in another couple of seconds. Sorry, I've got to load everything back up. EverQuest? What kind of typing is that? EverQuest Legends. Let me get chat back on screen. Okay, we should be good now, I think. I hope. EQ Legends. Yeah, sorry, I just had to restart everything because it wouldn't pick up my mic. Sorry about that, everyone. I thought I had sorted everything out. I've had a bit of a hellish morning. Our gas stopped working, so I had to get someone to come and have a look at that. And that is a whole thing that's ongoing right now. So if you hear some drilling, I'm very, very sorry. But we're here now. The day can only get better. Hold on. Hope nothing explodes. Yeah, me too. Be nice, wouldn't it? I hate getting exploded on. Playing this again makes me feel like my turn sensitivity, my look sensitivity is still too high, even though it's on like 0%. I can't even remember where that is in here. Mouse? Camera and mouse? Our, our X sensitivity is 5%. Still feel like it's probably too much. Craziness. Okay, D4. Great. Hello, Ate. Hi, the bot. How are you guys? I'm sorry, I'm a bit flustered today. My apologies. You fractured a toe. How did you manage to do that, mate? You silly geese. These should die very quickly now. We're a lot stronger than we were last week. Kill this and buff up. $300 streams. It's like that movie. It's a good movie. I don't know how you managed to fracture a toe, mate, but I hope you feel better soon. Oh, that's cannibalized. That is not the button I meant to press. Oops. What do you mean I'm stunned? Oh, Fiend is aggroed us. Okay. It's very awkward timing, Mr. Fiend. Shame you gotta be like that. That was pretty cool, isn't it? The idea that you can like just fall down here from Payneal. And skip the whole dungeon. I was really like that. Oh, I've just memorized the wrong things. I was really like that. 3 hours of sleep, and as I was tired and hungover, I slammed my foot to the edge of the bed. Oh. Oh, I can feel that. I have done the same thing in the past. Oh. I'm so sorry, my man. I hope you feel hope you feel better soon. Yeah, I can hear it. Oh. It's bad. No, we don't need to recast this right now. We need to recast this. Okay, we need to kill this thing first. Over channel. We could do it offensive, to be honest, but I'm feeling like living life on the wild side here. Let's try and kill this channeler. How are you, Cyril? I'm not even trying to read that. He has an Earthshaker, so his damage output is a bit higher than it usually will be. It's both a pretty meaty two-hander, and also has a nasty proc. Let's try to say an offense though. So again, we are a bit stronger than we were before. Use our lay on hands offensively. We're of course going to be slowed for the entirety of this. It's always going to be a little lethargic. That is a very long stun. Jeez. Need more magic res. It's all good. Cyril, you enjoy your math question. EverQuest Legends, the one that I'm playing. Any time. Oh, I see. We're rooted just outside of his melee range somehow, and our poor pet is having to tank him. That is really about as bad as it can possibly get. That is so annoying. Need to re-slugs the pet. Live, pet, live! We already used our lay on hands. We got lay on hands it. This is so grim. Oh man. Crikey. We're gonna have to re-slow him as well, which probably doesn't bode too well for old pedals. I think that resisted too. Not helpful or interested in myself. Okay, one more. We can get the slow. We can get the slow. Oh, there we go. Fuck's sake, man. That's so annoying. Oh my word. It's gonna be a bad day. It's gonna be a bad day. You're a scumbag, yo. That's actually disgusting behaviour from this man. God damn. And now we're not rooted. How many side stories am I going to have to chug through for Sierras? Not that many. Just a few. Can't imagine it's more than about, I don't know, 6 to 8. Jartic, if you could stay on one side of it, it would help a lot. Thank you. To re-slew. Let's have a look at this equation. The first part is missing a bracket. Can't start a bracket without closing it. Get out of here, Yale. Dickhead. Gonna get to Kazakh Fuel ruining her life with his ads. We do not need that. Right. We got our Void Touch potential. We need to go to our bind. So I realised after some amount of trial and error, if you click this sword, it just takes you into Plane of Hate. I don't know how I never realised that. I was trying to click like on the flame and stuff before, and I couldn't get in there. Right, in Aruk. I don't think I know which of these mini bosses we actually want to kill and which we don't. I don't remember which are which. I think Cyril really likes math, or is really good at math, or both of those things. Mentioned it a lot. It's in here, isn't it? Yep. Haunted chesties. Oh, we kind of need to resummon our pet, huh? Well, not resummon our pet, but... Wait. We need to rebuff our pet. Because Yale was mean. So I think the mini bosses that spawn here are random. So I was told. That does seem to be random. That isn't random. Oh, well, it might be. That was in the same place last time. I'm sure Coercer, maybe Coercer was in the same place as last time. Maybe it's not random. We don't need the Coercer, that's for sure. We might do the Spite guy. That's Shaman armor. Chest is immediately chomping my pet. We somehow aggro the Spike Golem as well. Let's see if we can peel that off our pet so we don't have to immediately rebuff it again. Men for ourselves. Lay on hands ourselves. Everything here should be debuffed. Ow, this is not a great pull. I think we are dead here, unfortunately. By the looks of the damage output. Try to so far ourselves. Might work, maybe. If we don't get interrupted. Okay. We can kill one of these chests. It takes the damage output down quite a lot. I really didn't think that Spike Golem would aggro from that. Need to be a bit more careful. Unfortunately, there is a slower here. The damage output is really low. The other chest first. Spike Golem's pretty beefy. Bard and Shaman. I don't think we can use that though. Yeah, that's not it for us. I guess we take this anyway. Maybe we'll get 1,000,000 of them. Ah, Slow it never actually took on this. That's probably why the damage output is so wild. Oh, the spike golems are like magic, basically magic immune or magic immune, aren't they? Found this out last time. You missed a Bodmus argument. I don't know what Bodmus is, and I didn't know there was an argument. Hello, penguins. Yeah, even Oathbreaker's curse is resisting. And we've got it is kind of landing. Ooh, that's some damage. Everything hits so hard when you're slowed. When it's not slowed, sorry. Brackets, operators, division, multiplication, addition, subtraction. Ah, I see. Oh, wow. Hi Hassan. Finally finished Max Reforger a relic weapon. Conversion for making a second one seems like it will take forever. Yeah, it should be really easy to make one relic weapon now because you can buy the fragments, right? They tried to make it, I think, so that everyone would be able to get one. By putting those mats in the shop. I'm so out of it today. Right, Master of Spite. We basically can't slow this, right? Oh, we've just slowed it. Never mind. Some of us. So 3 minus 52 divided by 2 minus the result of that. So 3 3 21 30 50 54. Yeah, 54. Oh god, I'm dying. Sure, you're working. It's fucking popping off. I don't like it. I don't care for it. Master of Spite's a scary boy. You're gonna have to re-slow in a second. It sounds like someone's pretty good at math, so like... I don't want to mansplain it to him. I'm sure he understands that, you know, you have to do things in order. It's one of those things, isn't it? Sometimes you can't tell, especially if you've been staring at something for ages, something that's obvious. Really hard to be able to spot what you did wrong. Yep, it's so easy to just miss something, to like overlook something in those like equations or sums. I always found that really frustrating at school because I had a good mind for numbers, but it would be very annoying when I would make a mistake in my working, even though I clearly knew what the answer was, and like everyone knew that I knew what the answer was and how to get to there. Like messing up your working very slightly just through lapse of concentration or whatever causes the whole thing, despite you having the answer, to be useless. I remember at school they told us it's not like we would have a calculator in our pockets everywhere we went. That's real old timer talk. Yeah, math teachers are fucking stupid. It's the one with the weird symbols, breadstick. Well, not math teachers, that's for sure, the bot. Like, it was such a tired thing that teachers used to say. It was one of, you know, oh man, it's hard to describe it. Just very, very frustrating to be told things like that over and over and over again. Like, oh, it's not like you're going to have a calculator in your pocket. Oh, yeah, okay. It's the 18,000th time you said that. Oh, baby. This is probably worth us taking. This, I don't know if we would use this right now. Probably not. We definitely take that. Same with this, I think. Yeah. So let's store those. Obviously, what we really want is Valorium, but that's not really happening right now. I think Valorium is all in fear, and I don't really want to just sit there and grind fear. That seems to not be it. I don't know if we kill everything here. I guess we could. I kill a lot of shit. Everything's a damn beast lord though. Slow central. Probably our best chance for like moats and stuff. Apparently they're reworking Mistmore tomorrow. They're redoing Mistmore. Not sure it's worth us doing the Coercer. I don't think Coercer's going to drop anything except for Enchanter gear. Yeah, I imagine they'll add something or other that's worth camping for people. We had the bramble coat thing in Crush. Coercer T-Pain. Drop an Eye of Inaruk, apparently. Apparently he gets Shadowed Emerald of Corruption from her. Interesting, I didn't know that dropped with the minis. I don't think there's a lot of reason to kill her. I guess we can anyway. Maybe we should drop a huge moat. She's an enchanter, so that means we're gonna get slowed. Which is just the story of hate. Everything here slows. I should have stripped her first. Ooh, that's not good. We did not successfully land a slow. With the Wizardry collab, there are a lot of new player whales. Jesus. They spread so much misinformation. It's true. Can we slow? No? Okay. So we're doing this the hard way then. She's clearly slowable. Oh god, okay. We're in a bad place here. Got so far on ourselves. Oh my word, what was that burst, dude? Okay, we need to swap. We are not dead. I think we pushed that to the limit. Really eat ourselves. Yuzu and Melee don't seem to work together. I mean, they do. As much as you can expect from a character that has like range specialization. She's still a ninja. She still does Foxfire. I just don't really see a reason why you would use her as a melee. Like, you'd genuinely be better off using kunais on her in the front row. Or a bow as ranger in the front row, if you're going to run her in the front row. We need to get defensive now. She's out of mana. That last force was pretty horrible. Let's go evasive. Evasive won't last for too long because she's not slowed. I forgot about Erwin. Many people do. Covert level 7. Yeah, that's just a normal thing that normal people have. I wonder how many people in the game have covert level 7. Okay, that's all about stamina. We probably need to go balanced. Actually burnt more of my stamina than I meant to. Have low on hands again. This was considerably harder than I thought. It's crazy how hard things are when you can't slow them. Oh my word. Okay, we need to get defensive. These cheeky boys. Ow, 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 ow. Please stay strong. We dropped to 0% there. It was, and all for this fine enchanter robe. I guess, I guess we'll take the enchanter robe as a record of our accomplishment. That was brutal. Absolutely brutal. Oh, have they taken the guards off of here? I guess they took away some of the trash. Oh, wait. Is he not here? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong place, that's why. Am I going mad? What the hell's going on? We need to go up. Oh, we need to go up. That's why. This is a 2, I think. We don't lull. We can grab the, yeah. Discipline is very minor compared to good gear. I will say it over and over and over again. Surety discipline is 20 surety. Which is quite a lot. But still, you know, even that really pales in comparison to gear. Yeah, it's 4 attack? I think, right? Like total. He is, yeah. Side's really strong. Side is a really good new player character. Now that we know, like, they probably have plans to support him in the future as well, he's quite a... I'd say he's quite a good pull. I have the Shio Alta. She went through a rolling pin related accident with her forehead. Do we want to kill the Evangelist of Hate? Probably not. Evangelist of Hate is all cleric shit, isn't it? The list of hate. Oh no, he's the Shadow Book guy. He's even worse. He's completely useless. Can we sneak past this dude? Oh, this is a monk guy. So I guess it is random. I don't think Monk Guy was here last week, was he? The method to beat the dragon is to go Samurai, MC, Water Line, and spam action speed buffs on him and pray he doesn't die. Cool. That content is just not for me. It's fine if it's for other people, but it's just not for me. I couldn't really care less about it. Yeah, Vrim. That's the standard strat. Healer Alice is just very locked in for normal normal strategies. To earn hairpin. Don't you use hairpin, Freshweed? You don't use hairpin? Damn, what a guy. Watch out for this dude. Yeah, that's just the standard. I have seen Frontline Knight as well. It's definitely very possible with Frontline Knight. You don't have to do Backline Knight. I've seen a lot of things clear it, to be honest. At this point, they're just mostly extremely strong. Like, statted up the wazoo. Got re-slow. How early can you farm fairy gear if you started the game and instantly pulled an anemone? You can. I don't know. I don't know anything about fairies. Sorry. Don't know where you would go to farm fairy gear. I would. My best advice to you is if you pulled an anemone, put her in the box and play with Camille instead. Unless you are planning on playing the game for 17,000 hours. In which case, you know, maybe. Anemone is a very frustrating character to farm gear for, even at higher levels. I can't imagine what it's like to get gear for it early on when you're trying to progress the game. Anemone is the most cursed character in the game. She is very cool, but is, for the majority of players, completely useless. She's just a bad investment because, like, right now, she is shit to gear, right? And we don't know how much they will support fairies in the future. So we don't even know in the future, like, they may miss out on loads of crazy gear. Maybe they'll get insane gear themselves, but we just don't know. It's so much of a safer bet to just play with Camille. Remember when Wizardry put out Rangers and then swiftly forgot that their trap mechanic ever existed? Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen with fairy gear, but, like, I mean, it's definitely possible, isn't it? A monkey chest. Oh wow, that's super cool. I don't think I've ever seen this before. I didn't realize the monk chest had haste on it. Kinda cool. Save it. I don't think we'd use it on our pet, would we? Probably not. It's very low AC. Let's get saves on it. Right. Mr. Maestro. This guy's a bit of a rinser. As he is a mage. We will definitely stay mage hunter. He is slowed. It's a good start. My white dragon scale cloak. Oh baby. You farmed up your jewel crafting, is it? That? Nice. So true to Ashri. Hey Dora, how's it going? Who is Doro? Doro is Doro. Why is so rude to Ashri? God, these mage nukes. We're in Mage Hunter as well. Need to reslate. Did not land. Okay. I should really dispel these bosses. These mini bosses. The amount of damage we've probably taken off of this. Of barrier of combustion. Still nowhere near running out of mana. I don't think we're getting through his mana. That's how his mana pool is quite large. Taking the damage shield off helps a lot. This month's an altar, yeah. That was what they had in their monthly thing. Ah, now this is actually quite good. This is a very big any slot item. And here's our even song. I don't think we need this. Somehow I don't think we need that. Yeah, we can any slot this. This used to be erudite only. And it's also ultra vision for what it matters. This is nice, clean blue vision. We really need that anymore, do we? I guess we'll keep it. Pain. Sort of loathing is what, wizard? Anything else that we actually need from Maestro? Not really. Lord of Loathing. That is not how you spell Lord of Loathing. It's Lord of Lollathing. Lord of Lollyplops. Beacon. Shadow Knight. Two-handed. That's actually really good. Really good ratio. The era. And it's a scythe. That's actually sweet. But not for us. It's ogre and troll only, naturally. Crazy after how, like, all these years, I still find items that I didn't know existed. It looks like they have removed... Oh, no, they haven't. They're inside. It's like they've removed the guards. No, never mind. Shelly Alter will save Mage. There's one character that can do it, it's Shelly. Again. It's pretty sad, but the best thing that they can do for mages right now is to give them a subclass of healer. Like, the most powerful thing that they can do for Erwin is to give him healer as a subclass. What can you do? Them's the breaks. Immune to physical stuff, yeah. I mean, maybe at some point. We've seen a few. I doubt they'll like blanket all over stuff, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do put some like physical limitations on stuff. They up mobs' defense like by a lot. I could see that. Nikolite. Right, we have to be a little careful because we haven't killed the Lord of Loathing, but I really can't be bothered to kill the Lord of Loathing. I'm having a hard time deciding what to spend my Void Touch potential on from last week. Need to use them ASAP so I can get 3 more before the reset. Thing is, I'm playing Warrior, Bard, Shaman, and don't love my combo. I can see how that's problematic. I guess what you want to think of is if you don't like your combo, what is a combo that you would enjoy, and does it use any of those classes that you've already got? Does it use any of the gear that you've already got? Because that's probably where your Void Touch potential should go. Either into your spells for one of the classes that you're keeping, or into a piece of gear for, you know, one of the classes that you're going to keep, or something that's going to be relevant to your new combo if you try something else. Moment of Finality is very strong, yeah. We have somehow managed to keep this, miraculously. The worst case scenario for us would be getting lobbed through that door. Our pet will probably die. That's just the way it goes. It's the way she plays. Maybe we'll keep our pet from attacking for a little while. We're okay for buffs, I think. Yeah, let's just rebuff this. Going to Mage Hunter. And Overchannel. Ooh, that's not Overchannel. Okay. Probably large. I don't have a Ema though. I have a Wolfie. I think I'm just gonna sit here and leave the pet for a little while. Re-slug. Aren't spells less efficient to use VTP since they are cheaper to upgrade? Yeah, sure. But, like, efficiency doesn't matter as much as people seem to think it does. Like, what matters is that you're investing into things that you're actually going to use, right? If you're not using your motes on something that you're going to use them on, something that you're going to use a lot, then you're wasting your motes much more whether it's efficient or not. There's no way to brick using your emotes. Just you know, like, use them on something you're going to use. It really is as simple as that. Wouldn't sweat it too much. This is a single player game. You don't need to compare yourself to anyone else. There's no imperative to spend on the right things. Like, it's much better to use them on something that you're going to use and, you know, get some use out of them than not use them at all. Or use them on something that you think is optimal that you won't get to use for like 6 million years. The game is not that hard, you know? Oh, slow. Oh, that's really bad timing. About the worst stun he could have got. We will definitely have to lay on hands here. That was so... I actually got PvP'd by him. I can't hate him for it. He absolutely did me. Good old Inarik. He's at 40% mana. Just to make sure he doesn't blow us up. We can swap to evasive or defensive or whatever. There is Biscuit. There you go for all the Wizardry players, gacha players out there. You can see it's not just gachas where people are worried about bricking their stuff. Do people get worked up over like doing everything optimally nowadays? I get it. It sucks to waste resources, but I just think if you're ever getting use out of what you use, it's never a waste. In any game. MC is shit, yep. You make him a support class. It's, yeah, he's like the MC for all, despite the fact that he has all of the abilities of all of the classes in Wizardry. It just doesn't really matter because he still pales in comparison to really, really good units. It's one of the reasons why I'm eventually going to make MC healer, because that seems like a very fitting role for him. He gets to do all of his shit and just be a healer. And he isn't a fairy. Big bonus. Shit, we need to re-slow. Lay on hands again, probably. Oh, we can do defensive now. Not offensive. I don't know why I've gone into offensive, but we can even do evasive. Let's stabilize ourselves a bit. Eat ourselves a little bit. I'd love to put my pet behind it, but I can't. Because, I guess he can't really force us anymore, can he? He's out of mana. This is needlessly dangerous. I don't really like the idea of putting skill books into Poised and Earth Spinning, or just general skills in general. Like, I think there's a very good chance we're gonna get new ones, like with the new Abyss, right? And it's just such a, I don't know, it was unnecessary. Astral Break is so good. I can't really see Astral Break getting nudged out anytime soon. Earth Spinning is a very it's actually quite a niche strike. Yeah, Astral Break's bad. You saw it on Discord, true, yeah. Bad efficiency attack. I don't know if it's dumb. It's just a choice. Again, like, it's just using resources. You choose how you use your resources. This is not great. Can auto merge this, I think. Ice Belt. I mean, that's pretty cool. Auto merge. Auto store it. Ice Belt. What are we using right now? Oh, we're using, that's our haste. Can't really do that. I guess we'll keep that. Leatherfoot sandals. Whoa, they have 28 magic save on them. I'm very much into that. Can we use these? Yeah. Cool. I'm absolutely there for 28 save magic. And I think we already have a Shattered Emerald of Corruption, which is for Ranger Epic, if I remember correctly. Probably don't need these anymore. I think it's in our storage. I think we've got one in our storage. I guess we could take another one. I don't know why though. Go on then, we'll store it. Collect enough Shattered Emeralds. Maybe we can piece together an actual emerald. Right, what's next? Beer, I guess. We need Firot. I've scrolled past. Ice Spell is a strong any. Oh yeah, I could any slot it. Yep, fair enough. Put Summoning Haste 3 in it. Yeah, sure. I want Shield of Rainbow Hues for my any slot really, but I could use that Ice Spell in there right now, regardless of the enhancement. Summoning Haste, whatever. Summoning Haste is not really that useful. Ice Belt. Oh, I put it into my actual storage, didn't I? I'll deal with that later. It's not going to be that much better than this anyway. What is that Ixar animation? It looks so stupid. What I mean, what are we doing with either hand here, really, realistically? Like, why are we sliding? What is going on here? I'm not, I'm not commanding that. We're just sliding. Oh, there we go. I don't know what happened to our horse. It's bad though. Malfunctioned. They let re-ace it. Putting in Prish in your party for trust farming. I noticed she doesn't have any teeth. Eating too many sweets. But that's what it does to you, mate. Naughty, naughty. This place is actually hell. Like, even now, this place is hell. I guess let's rebuff quickly. That does sound pretty fun, Lars. I think I'll stick to soloing. Yeah, the fear immunity AA was very important for some stuff. Obviously not in vanilla, because, you know, no AAs. I can't get over the Ixar pose on a horse. I don't think I've ever seen it before. I never really paid attention to it before. Like, what are these hands doing? Right, so we gotta see if we can lull out here. Otherwise these will pull with whichever golem's on our right. Our range here is so fiddly though with Pacify. Now this guy is ultra resistant to slow, so I'm probably not going to be able to land it. He doesn't have too much HP though. And his mana pool isn't too big either, so once he's blasted himself out of mana, probably just tank him in evasive or defensive. Just don't die, lol. We can kill the pet. It's entirely reasonable. You saw someone called the burning heart symbol womb tattoo in what, Wizardry? Oh god. Jesus. I really don't want to get hit out of range of my pet. Eat ourselves. Forgot we could do that in here. Up to the knockback. Fat horse. And now we can pretty safely go out and deal with the cube and the harpy. The Gorgon's the worst of the two, I believe. I think that's what has stunned us right now. An unreasonably long stun. I have absolutely no idea, Lars. I'm really sorry. Wizard is the class that I know the least about in the entire game. Oh, do we have a Fright Finger as well? Nah, it looks like that's in the distance. offense. Double druid arms. It's our friendly throat finger. And this does have a... Oh no, that's a turmoil toad pet. This one we can slow. My man? my man? Please? Thank you. I didn't like the cut of his jib there. It's having a little wonder. Grinding 5 speed bomb mates for each character. Yeah, good stuff. It's one of the best things you can grind for, really. Gonna last you forever. I don't know how hard it is now to get them. I haven't done an adventurer bomb mate since they changed them. The only thing that matters is the level of the bomb mate. Yeah. If the process is still the same as the old one, or similar, you'll end up with a level 4 or level 5 bomb mate. That is not great. Oh, we need to go evasive. Get my horse as well. This one's a mage, which is really scary. This one we probably have to kill. I think I probably need to re-slow for right. Yeah. It's about to wear off. The pet's hitting the back. Pet is getting eaten by the turmoil toad pet. We need to go back to defensive. In fact, we left it a little bit too late. I'm actually going to have to go balanced. The evasive helped a lot there. Ooh, I went offense instead of balance. That's not great. Slugs for us. It's good to know we can brute force this a little bit more than last week. What even is that thing? It's a golem, probably. That's number 2. The next one's Dracolish, I think. Yeah. Probably not be there. Yeah. So this one's the really awkward one. Oh, fuck. Oh, we've somehow actually pulled these without pulling Dracolish. Yeah, not awkward at all. Really easy. So easy. So it looks like these are random spawns each week. Last week we had the Spectre that was right next to Dracolish, which was a nightmare. These two, they're perfectly chill. Our endurance is always back to max. Wouldn't want to brick your account, guys. Wouldn't want to brick your Wizardry account. Definitely haven't already done that. In like a dozen different ways. Or more. I think that makes Dracolich pullable? Oh, that's fuck. think he's singleable. If he does come with an ad, I think we should be okay. Slow landed. Okay, we have a Glare Lord. So I guess it's 3 ads on this one. Let's kill the pet on the Glare Lord. Let's get the Glare Lord. Let's go evasive. He slugs us off. Look for pet. Strip Draculish. Ah. Don't want the lava. Get the pet. Thank you, Sheethel. That's ultra kind of you. I really appreciate that. Hope you're having a wonderful day. What have you been up to, Sheethel? Slow here. And drop evasive. Still Guild Wars 2 in. Lovely. I hope you're having a blast with it. We have a lot of dots on us right now. And of course we are slowed from the enchanter portion of Draculish. But it has almost worn off. I think for whatever reason I'm in a position where I cannot hit it right now. Oh yeah. I'm not sure why we couldn't hit it there, but just the way it is. Much love, and for you, dude. I just really appreciate you dropping by and doing that. That's very, very kind of you. Maybe one day our games will align again. Grinding for Guild Wars 3, yeah, true. I think I'd rather play Guild Wars 2 than Guild Wars 3 by the looks of Guild Wars 3. Not sure about that one. Looks for me, looks for Pet. Hall of Monuments, oh. Now we're talking. Oh, we need to rehaste. Oops. Pretty slow. And re-slugs. Oh, we need to re-incap as well. Well, that was our second cycle. Because we had the ad as well. The XR riding animation, dude. Makes me laugh so much. We'll be dead before the next slow. Oh. Ah, got a girdle. A little claspy G. Our first claspy G. So many hit points on it. Not really use it though. What we can do is take the bunny affliction out. Oh yeah, we can't use that on that, right? It's fine. Don't actually use that much. Keep it anyway. Because it's a shaman item. And our belt is a monk belt. Yeah, I'm a big gooner, guys. That's me. I love to masturbate. Uh, oh, probably. Oh, yeah. I need to dismount. Okay. I need a dismount button, I guess. You can lay on hands this. Maybe we'll be alright. Let's go evasive. That's my bad. Make us the boogeyman. I can't actually remember how to cancel horse in this game. It's been way too long. We might be dead. No, I think we'll be okay. Yeah, we need to get a slow onto the big man. It's because he's a mage, so he's just blasted the shit out of us. Boogeyman needs to go first. Slugs ourselves. We need to go balanced and offensive, which I've done way too many times today. Get the pet already died. Temple Tide next. Pet Tide's just random bullshit. Can we actually stay offense now that it's slowed? I think he is out of mana. So all the mage neeks are gone. I guess we have to balance because we need endurance. Do you have a BIS list somewhere? Should I just EQ planner it up with auto equip? I do not have a BIS list, I'm afraid. There are BIS lists on, I think, the wiki or the other site, the Monster Memory site. I'll grab them for you in a second. If you don't have the links, but you probably already do by the sounds of things. Yeah, that's the one. Thanks, Lars. There aren't many Legends items that are BIS, if any, right now. Just the neck from the beginner Karen quest. I guess there's a world where Torrid Corruptor, like, might be, depending on your build, maybe. Certainly a really good proc. But Torrid Corruptor is a bit of a pain in the ass. Slow. And re-incap. I guess we'll lay on hands ourselves. Maybe we'll just do it now. So that we can canny. With your trio class should work. Filter the list for AC, HP, dex stuff. Sure? Yeah, sure. Thank you, Awkward Pie. You are my stalagmite to my stalactite. Who dropped the anti-VIP bomb? Nobody. You've still got VIP. You just can't see it for whatever reason. Thank you, Harrock. I think we have the big boy next. Although I'll have a little look around the outside just to make sure. Around the outside. Around the outside. Ah, nice. Yeah, we can merge those. Hello? Hello? AI. Probably. Sucks when the only people who call you are AIs. Ah, there are more mobs, aren't it? Hello, Turmoil Toad. You devil. Alright, steady on. There's no need for that. Oh, we got interrupted on my slugs. Sure is, Harrick. AAs. I don't even know what I'm doing with my AAs at this point. I have loads of things that I can still get, but I don't know. We can still have natural durability. I guess we should probably get that. I don't think there are any more mobs. Aren't really debuffing or dotting. I don't dot. I actually very rarely dot at all. Just not very efficient. But I debuff all the bosses. I slow and incap an awful lot. Oh. I need a dismount button. How do I dismount in this game? I have no recollection of it. I mean, we could just walk through the water. Quote unquote water. I'm gonna have to look it up. I don't remember at all having an issue dismounting. How dismount EQ? Dismount in your chat window or click the mount buff icon, of course. Or press a custom dismount button. Yeah, let's make a macro. God, this UI. Where are macros on this newfangled AI? Macros are on here. Thank you. Back in my day. There we go. That's much better. That's better than having to walk through water whenever we want to dismount. Right, I think we want to just fly through into his room if possible. Well, that does rob our ability of being able to slow him. I think that's still probably worth. I don't know how much we'll get knocked about on the mount. When we did it last week, we did it without a mount. I think we just try and ride through. Do we need to rebuff? Yeah. Just aced. Yes, probably good to be in the room, but the looks of things. See how our slow takes here. Okay, slow landed. Cap got interrupted. Okay, in-cap's on. Inversion slugs. To keep ourselves up through the spell casting. I can't believe we got that heal off through that. Slugs. Again. Then we'll need to reslide in a second. Oops. Didn't give enough time for our stance to be able to change. Slowly landed again. Right. I'll mend. Oh. I'm not sure I want to cannibalize until he's actually burnt himself out of mana. 3 slugs. Could we not kill the pet? Thank you. Very, very, very rude. Extremely unkind thing to do. Need to Puma. We absolutely can lay on hands. Eat ourselves. Ah, shit. I cannibalized, failed. Oh, it didn't fail. Got interrupted. And then I mended myself straight after, just reflexively. Whoops. This is just Shadow Vortex, isn't it? We can strip that in a second when we reapply our 3 slugs or so, and then we'll get it over channel, strip him, re-slow, re-incap. Ooh, resist on slow. Just so far ourselves to be safe here. Slow landed. Incap landed. No, it didn't. Never mind. Now it landed. You got no denizens, Kazakh Fuel. Your shit, nobody likes you. Get into this corner and still hit him. I don't really want to be pounded backwards and have him murder my pet. Slugs for me, slugs for pet. Where are your wind guns? In Tiamat. Probably. Right, I think now we can we're probably stable enough that we can dot. If our dots will land. Oh my god, these interrupts. Oh my word! He doesn't care for us. Yeah, we did land dots. Slug. Meant to do it with inversion, but just didn't work out that way. We're not actually using our abilities properly here. Is that because we were on horse? I guess it must have been. I guess we can't use monk abilities when we're on horse. I've never seen that interaction before. I don't think I've ever ridden a horse as a monk before. Might be why our damage felt really low. We need to re-slow. We may need to lay on hands here. 2 interrupts on the slow. 3 interrupts on the slow. I think we just lay on hands after this. Okay. Reading cap just for good measure. Apparently not. Eat ourselves. With cheeky slugs. Should be able to just pound him out. Show him the offense stance disrespect. At some point there are... Oh, we got an AON. That's cool. The first one. No Shield of Rainbow Hues. That's what I've really been looking for, I think, here. We can put this on Pet. This is actually a really good proc for Pet. So definitely want that. We can merge this with what we have. We can merge this with what we have. We can be a Skelly Boner. Oh, we need to actually equip it. Let's tune it. Yeah, of course we're an Ixar, so we get to be an Ixar Skelly Bono. What a treat. A Skelly Bono. This is a great proc. This is a really good proc for Pet. Ah. But, of course, it will need a weapon where it can use it. So we would have to get... Sky Maul? Which we could go and get. Yeah, Sky Maul would be really good for it. Whatever the... I don't think we've got a Maul. I don't think we ended up getting a free team Maul. I'll have to look at our chest. Nobody bombed the VIPs, nah guys. You just can't see your VIP for some reason. My pet's not high enough level to proc Earthshaker. I'm also not a huge fan of Earthshaker on pet because it gets it killed. The best thing to put on pet probably will be in Kunark, where we can get Steel Hilted Flint Dagger, which is like it's a Conflagrate proc, which is like a 650 point proc or something. When I got on it, asked if you wanted to buy it. That is interesting. Yeah, I'll refund it in a minute. Hold on. You have not lost VIP. No one has lost VIP. Like the point system doesn't know whether you have VIP or not because it's not, you know, attached to the VIP system. They're probably always worth double checking before you buy another VIP. One sec, let me have a look. Viewer rewards. Manage. I always really struggle to find this. Review request. There it is. Review requests. Markets complete. Reject. That should have refunded your points. We probably want to put this in our activated items. It should go here. In case we need spammable buffs, I think. I don't think there's anything in the game right now that has like dispels. I think they modified it because it was super annoying. But in case we ever have that, we can double buff ourselves now. At instant speed. Right, so we need to go to... Oh, I want to grab that ice spell as well. Got ice spells. I don't think we got on Maul, did we? No, we never got on Maul. This is better than this. Yeah. We could have this for double saves. I think this is giving us... This is still giving us like 20 AC even after the soft cap because it just has so much AC on it. That's probably worth it. Like, I guess kind of in a way this is sort of better than Shield of Rainbow Hues, isn't it? Kinda. Because you're getting all of the stats with it as well. Shield of Rainbow Hues has so much AC and defense on and resists on it though. Like, I think it's probably better to like have one of each, I would guess. And this is okay as well. This is a lot of strength and stamina on it, and a lot of AC. I don't know. Resists are so very important. Like, resists are so very important. Like, kind of more important than anything else in a way. The worst things in the game are the things that, you know, like slow you or incapacitate you, horrifically mess you up. Right. We need to go to Sky then. I'm gonna try and grind that out. Which I don't think is totally unreasonable. We only have to do the Afriti cycle. Toric Corruptor there. The old double. After going too hard, what were you farming in there? We can't mount in this form. That's actually unacceptable. That's ridiculous. Surely the skeleton wouldn't have a worse animation than this. Full clearing so you can unlock all primary. Yeah, that's like real serious burnout territory, I feel like. I guess we'll check it out on this default thing, on the default things before we spin up instances. Maybe we should we spin one up now? Actually, I don't even know if we have charges. We did 3 raids, didn't we? Oh, but they don't have charges. Yeah, I guess we'll spin one up first. I guess we'll just do it on normal. I need to make it more annoying than it has to be, right? We are looking for, I think, an Afriti War Maul for the Shaman. This feels wrong because I'm pretty sure it's a spear, but I'm also pretty sure it takes an Afriti War Maul. I don't make the game, you know. Yeah, FD Ring is very cool. Gardock, right? Yeah, main hand, piercing. Actually so cool, Gardock. Yeah, Afriti War Maul. The spear takes an Afriti War Maul. Why would it not? Why would it not? I should probably check its materials just a second. He raged on that idea. Am I a shaman of much experience? You could say that. It's a test of the witch doctor, which is not a thing here. The shrink? Really War Club. That is not it, I think. No. Sight? Oh, it's here. It's just split across 2 lines. I'm blind. 3D War Maul and a symbol of Vishan. Yeah, we have the symbol of Vishan and we have the... I think we have the Wind Rune. Gaza? Gaza, not Gaza. Gazer. That's an unfortunate one to mispronounce. Yeah, so we just need to find out a 3D War Maul. How hard can that be? I gave up killing the Jawns after he got the knuckle. Jawn is his friends. See if we can disrespect this guy in offense stance. Don't hit my pet, that's not cool. I said don't hit my pet, thank you. Ultra not cool. Ultra not cool. This weapon will actually be better for the pet. I was going to grind it out, but then I decided I couldn't be bothered before. But with the Barbarian Spiritus Hammer, I mean, it will be vastly better. It also comes with a proc itself. It procs to Gar's insects, I think, which is the one below this. That's a kind of cool thing that we can have. The proc as well. But we're not even hasted. Christ on a bike. Christ on a bike. Ah, is that it? No, it's the club, I think. Yeah, club. I think we need this anyway. Well, not need it, but I don't think we have a club. That is for the hammer. Not that the hammer is good. The hammer is actually extremely bad. If we want to put them together to unlock main class shaman, then oh baby. I don't think we have an issue for Windarines anymore. Famous last words. I still haven't bought my last spell slot, but I haven't really felt like I need it. Not where the platform is. It's awkward. I used to trust pulling this guy to the house, but since then, we've had some bad experiences with the house. Yeah, these mobs suck. They're not the best. Oop. Get a little spicy there. Oh. Hello, Mr. Essence Carrier. You're fun, aren't you? You better drop me a moat, mate. Oh wait, we're on T0. Probably not gonna drop me a reasonable moat. when we did the Tori Corruptor, I tried to kill the knight in the house, and it went very, very badly. This is free AAXP. What's wrong with Hongai Star Rail's collab? I mean, other than it probably being shit like the other one. NGO. FGO. Okay, that makes more sense. It's using its card system. I don't think I am. I don't think I understand what the card system is. Oh fuck. Where'd you come from? Ah, I see. You've just flown into the windmill. Right. Oh, dear God, no. Not you. I don't know how you didn't aggro me. Surely this is single. Where is... Oh, my pet's there. It's okay. He was hidden behind its leg. Fine. Rehaste. Instead of introducing new mechanics to the game, like Wizardry did for their collab, they're just taking the system from the collab game en masse. And now you get to learn it on the fly. Oh, okay. I guess people don't like that. People don't want that. Yeah, that's right, Lars. When I leveled Druid and Wizard at the start, I lent on that very hard. It was like basically all of my damage. The Mighty Mana Shock. It's not the collab that's slop, guys. It's the game that's slop. Like, the developers don't give a shit about the game or its players. They just want to make money. Oh my word. This is proc thing. I think we need to go evasive. So much damage. Scary boy. Gonna nerf Charm and buff Sky tomorrow. Who is assuming this? Like, why why do they need to buff or nerf a single player game? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, why do they need to nerf a single player game? It doesn't make any sense. I don't get it. Just let people play however the fuck they want to. That is another club. I don't think we have a use for that. Probably not. It's not like it's a bad item. It's actually a very good item. But leveling that up is not really it. Yeah, spent with these. I don't really see why they need to nerf stuff. I think they can just leave stuff as is and buff stuff if they want to rebalance. I don't think stuff really needs a nerf. Like, charm is just a mechanic in the game. If you change charm, I guess, like, the only thing I could see people doing with charm, really, is just nerfing the level that it goes up to. It's probably kind of stupid that they made it so it scales with level, right? But you can't, like, take out charm. You can't, like, make your charm useless. Charm is a big reason why a lot of people want to play this game. Can't get that in other games. Oh, yeah, we need to be off our mount, don't we? I forgot. We can't use our monk abilities. Mounts are shit. We'll have a look for them in public instances in a sec. With staff. Close. I don't think we have a staff. I think we have a sword. Okay, Sorrow. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Doesn't get any better than that, guys. Oh, we did already have a club. And we didn't. We had a club and we didn't have a sword. Oh no. And we had a staff. Oh, there's two staffs. Magic staff and mace. Magic staff and wind staff. Okay. Let's get out of here. Hongo Sorrel is probably peak gaming, yeah. Oh. Right, let's have a look at... Nope, that's not the right island. Any noble duels on this island? No. Have a look at +1. Here he is. Why did the horse make that sound? Why did it have to make it sound like we killed it? Oh god. We've aggroed an extra blade storm. That is not so good. I didn't even know there was more than one to aggro. We're in evasive right now, so that's why we're not taking any damage. Staying this for long enough to slow them all. Then we need to go defensive. Or Mage Hunter maybe even. Mitigate the procs. Don't know. Probably defensive. Because there's two Blade Storms on us. May actually need to get it balanced. I don't think we can sustain that. Legs for us. Legs for pet. And we will lay on hands ourselves, I think. Now we need to be kind of careful. You can drop a lot of bursts with those procs. 3 slugs. We'll have to re-slow somewhat soon. Probably do it now. While we have mend up. Did resist. That's not good. Snow's about to drop off. Oh, we so fire ourselves, I think. We just really, really, really need to land this. Oh. Yeah, we have to go evasive. We really, really, really need this slow to land. Oh my word. Base is about to drop. We are kind of fucked here. Oh man. Rough. Mobs don't aggro if you're in there. We're on island 1.5. So there are no mobs to aggro. Nah. Oh. I didn't resummon my pet first. Shit. Hello, son. We'll have welfare pet then. Alright, button. Just trying to get into recovery. I guess there's a good chance we're going to aggro both the blades. It just isn't anything we can do about it. It's because of the... It's because it's D1. We can't pacify them. They're too high. We could feign split them, but it's a real pain in here. instant resist, unfortunately. Again. I think we probably should try and slay the Blade Storms first. It will actually land. We're at 40 endurance. Insects has resisted again. But he has beefy resist. Yowza. We got in cap. Our pet is getting a bit fucked. We have to go defensive. I think we're just going to have to accept him not being slowed. Lay on hands here. He's resisting Oathbreaker's Curse, which has a massive resist mod on it, so lucky to land anything on him, I think. We have run ourselves out of endurance. Have to go balanced. We're going to have to re-slow the Blade Storms. We notably do not have Soulfire right now. We do have our Mend up though. It's resisting our Puma more sometimes as well, which is our Puma proc. We're gonna have to go defensive again. We don't have a huge amount of endurance. Ooh, that's a bad interrupt for us. I have to go to balanced again very soon. Oh, that's such a bad summon. Such a bad summon. We can't get slugs on ourselves. I think we have to feign these. That guy does not fuck around, as it turns out. He's actually way worse than the other two. We don't have our quick buff back up yet. So we'll just float over to the Pegasus Island. I'm just going to be right back a second. I'm going to make sure nothing has been blown up downstairs. And it's also time for checking the cats. I'll be back in a sec. Hello, ducks. We're back, baby. Get Viz back up a second. This guy's super easy if we can pull him. I'm just gonna take my shot. Ow. Now I said super easy, but that was before he immediately erased 3,500 of my life in a matter of moments. But it's okay, we're in evasive stance now. We're invincible. Okay, he is actually chunking through our evasive stance very quickly. Our endurance. Let's go Mage Hunter, I think, because his procs do more damage than his hits. I'm a little scared to go on the other side of here. Not super confident of the wandering here. Slugs for us, slugs for Pet. Our Pet is getting murdered by Riposte though, so I think we have to. The Riposte are proccing the debuff, the nuke. Oh. He doesn't fuck around, does he? I have to lay on hands in a second. Oh! They do. Ah, well, shit. We got. Wow, they are a big step up on this difficulty 1. Really brutal. I've done some of the stuff. Mainly just trash. I did a couple of bosses on D4. It was alright. I didn't touch the DeJourns though. The step up seems massive from 0 to 1. I guess we will make a new instance. As I'm actually really not confident about trying those guys on D1. Actually scary as shit. I don't know how their scaling works, but it felt like their nukes had been upgraded by the damage as well. I wasn't really paying attention. But those bursts were crazy. He did like almost 4k to me just off the rip. With nukes. Or he was slowed. That is this one. The DeJourn things, Ifritis have a thing where they just proc nukes at a very high rate when they tap you. Also, their magic resistance seems a lot higher. Yeah, that's top quality play. Even summoned my pet first. I mean, it would be very stupid to not summon your pet before buffing, wouldn't it? Who would ever do that? Gog. Who's Gog? Oh, is that the harpy? Who they're talking about? They're saying that the Gog encounter is the worst in Sky. Yeah, so without the increased aggro range on D1, let's get one Blade Storm here. Slow landed immediately on Mr. DeJean. Fatigue drain? Why would you want to drain my fatigue? I'm guessing it's a stamina drain, but I feel like draining someone's fatigue is kind of beneficial. I'd love to have my fatigue drained. You will not evade me. Why are we even in over channel? I guess we kind of need to reapply slow. We didn't need to sit in over channel for that long though. My kingdom for a mall. Hello, Hayabusa. What's up? Oh, invis. Ah, fuck, too slow. Yo! Oh, you rooted. Ah, fuck. Not interested in my envenomed bolts. Oh god, we've had so many of them. No! It's good AA XP. It's fine. Maybe like that. Oh no. I don't want to have to resummon my pet. Oh, there's no way I can keep my pet alive, is there? Tough life. You mind? No respect. No respect. I just got an eternity sand from a mastery trial though, so I'll forgive him. Shh, shh. Right, let's try that again. Greater hold. No, 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 no. Get away from me. Be gone. Oh, that breaks invis. Not that, that really matters on that island, but that breaks invis. Good to know. These griffins to fuck off. Remove thyselves, griffins! Oh, it's my pet. What's this griffin doing? He's just chilling. You're a dickhead, mate. Did you know that? I think this is a safe spot. But I would not be shocked if it wasn't. Can we stop killing the pet, please? Thank you. It's so extremely rude. The hell is the matter with you? The hell is the matter with you? I'm standing right next to you, brother. The hell is wrong with you? Should malfunction. What a dickhead. It's always the pet. You'll not evade me. Well, you were certainly happy with me evading you a second ago, weren't you, mate? Fucking dickhead. So hungry for my pet. I was down bad for wolves. Fucking furry seer of air. Nah. It was because I got knocked like slightly out of range and his hitbox is really small. Don't you have that? Never seen this before, but I don't care for it. Take in a fruity battle axe. But it is not the mall we are looking for. I should have been Viz before I went in. Oh yeah. Mounting breaks and Viz. I mean, it's pretty reasonable. You're like summoning an entire horse. I don't actually know if these have social aggro. I know he wanders out of the way though. All good, the bot. Take care of yourself, man. Good luck at college. Yeah, it's school time. But we'll be soon. Let's get out of here. Spin of another one. It's blood forged. Blood forged earring plus 5. What is a blood forged earring? It's another oh. That is an out of era item. Oh, so it's Thunder Forged earring. Right, okay. That makes more sense. Blood Forged earring is something else. It's a great ranger item. Must be a Sky Ranger item. Rangers. True Wind earring. Cleric. Enchanter. Stop resisting. Incap on the Dijon. Now the Blade Storm's resisting. Oh, it's because we're in recovery. Ah! Mistakes were made. Surprised we landed the in cap on him in recovery. Sounds good, man. Oh wow, that's really good. Ah, it has no AC. I thought the HP was AC. It's alright. Yeah, it goes a long way, Lars. I think we have a few moats now. Yeah, we have a few moats. I don't know what I want to do with those. We do have a few moats. Invis first this time. No reason why. Buff quickly. That's not on actual buffs. That's on welfare buffs. I aggro the griffin on the side. Oh, we already landed slow. I don't think we're far enough over. Oh. No, we're okay. We're okay. Oh, I just double cast that. Whoops. That's a magi stab. We will take it. Actually, I think we've already got this one, right? Yeah, we've already got this one. Still search for a mall. Not sure why we're killing this. Ah, because then the pet wouldn't die. That's fine. That didn't die anyway. This did not land. A shock of venom. Ah, is it because we were still in combat with the griffin? Yeah, okay. I have to storm the battlements. Not the bees! Not the bees! Surely this one has them all. Surely. We do have one more instance we can open after this. Arm plates, band braces. They're alright, but not really at +1. Right, let's try again. We have to wait 1 minute for a charge. Resist. Resist. Summoned at the end of my cast. There's a baller. I think we can just go offense against this guy on D0. The difference between this guy on D0 and D1 is so crazy. Say wind staff. Say horn. I don't think we have the horn. We have the staff. The maul is going to be like a two-handed hammer looking thing, probably. Again, I'm still not certain why the why the war maul goes into a spear, but oh, I'm hitting the wrong button. That's right. Close. Oh, I didn't mean to put that on auto store. Go away, Griffin. Not your time. Freety. Sim. Double checking we haven't somehow got them all on our loot filter. Stay away, bees! Oh, so yes, they do absolutely have social aggro. Don't really fancy that. The dragon near the far edge than the eye. Cool. Oh damn, we need to be in balanced. No, it's just because I zoned in and I pulled it up and the Hand of Vishan was in range of me, and the Hand of Vishan is obviously KOS. So he had social aggro. Need to not touch the teleporter. This one you just touch, you don't have to click. So close. It looks a bit like a hammer. Okay, so our choices are quite limited now. We'll have to go back to the public pick zone one. Try the Overseer of Air. Should be a bit spicy. That was a terror when we tried it before. He did so much damage. This doesn't help, does it? The essence carriers just sit where you pull them to. Levitate actually helps. Can't get vantage to get up onto it, can we? You have to wait for pick now. $45 minutes left on our own instances. The best we're getting. Is that for EU server only? Is what for EU server only? My reset? Yeah, yes? I think so. I'm not exactly sure what you're asking. Sorry, Lars. Okay. Oh, what am I doing? I just went to Island 5. Oops. I'd love to skip to Island 5. Anything but Island 4. Ugh. Okay, we're stopping on Island 4 this time. We'll be trapped again. Great work, mate. Oh, those griffins did actually eventually reset. This guy hits like a fucking freight train. The difference between D0 and D1 on this dude is so immense. Oh, we can't have our pet in the front. Also too rough. I think we need to go Mage Hunter. We are very quickly tumbling out of endurance. It's in a very tight position here. Mobs being all around. Need to re-Puma. And rehaste. Oh, our Mage Hunter is even getting absolutely chunked. Oh, no. Oh, pet. Please stop going in front. Okay, we're going to have to go balanced. God help us. Quick evasive. Are we so far ourselves? Oh, he hit us through the evasive. Fuck. What an absolute beast. He's so scary. Yeah, I think we maybe have to like tank him all the way down in Mage Hunter because evasive is... evasive just gets chunked down too quickly. He's an absolute brute. I can't believe how big the gap is between D0 and D1. What, on D1, Lars? He's a pussycat on D0. Yeah. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it's gonna be his scaling. Shida his weird like proc thing that he does. Wait for this horsey to clear out. Wait for those horses to clear out. Hopefully Mage Hunter gives us a bit more longevity. Because while evasive does absolutely ruin him, it's just hitting so fast and so hard. Going straight through our endurance. It's weird. I usually love it fast and hard. Hello, Chili. I need that space right now, my love. Come on. Off there, thank you. Come on. Thank you. I need to restart in a second. I think we can probably dot him. Ugh. Fuck! Just popped off on our pet. Got lay on hands at the ready. Now I think we can go evasive. And just burn him. Hey! It was all worth it. Well earned. Yeah, being as tempting as it is to be evasive against that, like we just get fucked too easily. If we ever do that guy on higher difficulty, which I'm not exactly enthused to do, but you know, if we ever do, I don't think we can be evasive against him until like the final push. Because like the D0 version, I don't know, he just doesn't hit anywhere near as much, so you don't lose your... Because evasive, you lose endurance based on the number of strikes that you mitigate, right? Every point of damage evaded, so it's just that he's dealing way more damage. Like way, way, way more damage. Hello, Chili. Come on. Down here. Don't lick my arm. Come on. No, behave. Come on. This is what I have to deal with. I don't remember the name of it, but I will recognize it when I see it, I think. Similar vision. Windrune Gazer, isn't it? No, not that. We have 7 of these. There we go. We now, somewhat awkwardly, we actually need to level this up. Is this all worth it for our pet's weapon? Probably not. Almost certainly not. Here we are. Ah, we're one short. No. This is criminal. I think we'll keep this just in case we need a main hand of that type. I don't think we've got anything better right now. Yeah, this is a wait, where did I even put the exaltation? I put it in my bag. Where did we put the exaltation? The other one. Ah, did I put the wrong thing in my pet slot? Ah, there we go. That'll be it. I wish I could say it was the first time I did that. Yeah, this prog is Tagars, which is the level 27 slow, which I think is 40%. I don't know if this is ever really worth using, but it's a cool prog. Yeah, pet's doing stuff. Pet's game to do some stuff. Hello, Noche. How are you? Pets just scale off of main weapon damage. So this weapon is actually, I think this is the best in slot for the pet. Other than, I mean, we could get this for it. Actually, I don't even know. I think this is better. I think this is the best weapon it can have. Partly because of the proc, and partly because it's the highest damage main hand in the game. It's like basically a worm slayer. So far good. Excellent. Excellent. I don't think we need this. Oh, you must remove augments from the sun. I see. I forgot that it would have an augment in it. It's instrument. Did I put the wraps in here? I can't actually remember what they're called. The shaman wraps. Bracelet of the spirit. Chili, come on, get out of here. Yeah. Oh, I didn't need to make that +4. Just distracted myself there for a second. Maybe the click is +4. I don't know. The only issue is, oh no, never mind, it's fine. We can put it on here. Put that down there. Seems better. Now we can buff alacrity. Is it alacrity? Yeah, alacrity. For free and instant speed, but only on a 2-minute cooldown. We can use it to like help rebuff. Do you know where I can find King Tombury? Not really. Sorry. I haven't looked for him since the change. I've heard a couple of different things, so I'm not sure if there's one specific place anymore. I don't know. I'm sorry, Noche. No idea. What do we want to do now? We can go to hate for a bit and just have a little roll around. I'm not against that. I don't think there's anything we really want to farm. Yeah. Oh, no. Not that. Fizzle my own gate. But we don't have an instance right now, do we? It's any issue. $17 minutes. What are we gonna do for 17 minutes? Is there anything else I need to do? I can think of. I think so. Seven. Oh, that's not high enough for that. I don't think there's anything we want to really level up here. This is not something we're keeping forever. Just waiting for drops from other stuff, I think. How many copies of the Sky Weapons did you get before moting them? 0. 1, sorry. No extra copies. I don't hate myself that much, Lars. Yeah, I just moted them. If I got another copy of Fist of Transcendence, I would put it on... I put it on my pet. Probably. What else can we even farm? Nothing. I guess we could do a pick, actually. I didn't really think about that. Motor weapon to 10. It is very hard to motor weapon to 10, but it's much harder. It takes much more time to farm sky weapons to level up your weapons. I mean, you're going to need, what, like 15 copies of the sky weapon or something to get it to +4. It's a little rich for my blood. Considering the pain it took to get a Bixie sword the first time. Oh no, not my pet! Not my pet! Come on, guys. This Madge just completely neat the shit out of our pet. I'll lay on hands our pet, sure. Sometimes you just gotta do what you gotta do. We are in offense right now. Get a little greedy. That's very disconcerting. a Mage Hunter because we're about to get Elnorixed. We want to get exploded. Re-slow it. We need to lay on hands. Don't think we were getting away with that. Yeah, Fox is a bit all over the place at the moment. I don't know. I think he's just on like reverse sleep pattern. Woven shadow braces. I have 7 minutes before we can pick our own instance. Didn't see. I could see where it was on the map. I just couldn't see where it was. Pet got rooted, didn't it? No. Oh, it's okay. Should really pull this back in here if we can. My pet not on? Yeah, my pet wasn't on grade. I hold. Might be why. This opening section is like the worst part of Hate. I remember there's like a highway of mobs. There is someone else up here killing stuff, so it might be that the highway of mobs is already dead. How's the grind? Yeah, we're just chilling, True Evil. How you doing? How you getting on? Gotta do it. Done everything we wanted to do. Just chilling out for a little while. Ah, it's probably on the second level, isn't it? You come from? It's the big patch for tomorrow. I don't think it's a big patch, but I think they're changing Mist more tomorrow. I think they're revamping Mist more. Oh, yeah, just double checking the Winter's Roar was proccing. Does seem to be. Three minutes on it. This is. These are quite magic resistant. It might be that we can't slay that one. Go defensive. Take the pet so we stop hearing sad barks. Poor thing. A repeam. That is pacify. Place. He's still hasted. I think we should have to reslay this. Now the Spitty Golem. I think we can poison this thing. I think if Venom Bolt works. But magic just does not really land on it. Thanks, Game Tap Chunky. Over on kick. Last time someone followed on kick, immediately accused him of being a bot. I'm gonna play it cool this time. Oh. Did I like Twitch? Fair. Yep. Fair. Yeah, it's just, it's weird to see people on kick. Yeah, man, I'm on kick. I'm on kick in YouTube. Obviously, most people come through Twitch. People only idle when I'm playing EverQuest Legends, though. Nobody actually wants to see me play EverQuest Legends. Yeah, fair true. Ichi meets music, yeah. Lad, kick's popping off. Yeah, I always stream a kick. They gave me partner at some point for some reason, so I was like, yeah, you're right. Kick is ad free, yeah. But yeah, like, Kick somehow has even worse visibility than Twitch does. So I have something like 300 followers on Kick. I think, like, if I had to guess, I'd say 250 plus are bots that have just come in and be like, hey, you wanna win big? Or check out this streamer here. Jesus. That's why I have follower only chat on Kick, because otherwise I just get spammed with bots. Like, literally I just get bots spammed. Like, bots just spam emotes in chat. It's absolutely wild. Wild platform. Yeah, no ads. Yeah, that only maybe it's the same with Kick, to be honest. That only happens when you have no viewers really on Twitch. And then once you're like past the hump, which is extremely hard, but once you're past the hump, you don't really get those anymore. Maybe it's the same with Kick. But I don't think I'll ever be past the hump on the Kick, so I will never find out. Yeah, that's never happening on Kick. That is never happening on Kick. My average viewers on Kick are like 0.6. Exactly the kind of partner that they want, no doubt. It doesn't matter what I stream on Kick. I never get viewers on Kick. There's just absolutely zero discoverability. Yeah, it's all like RuneScape and Minecraft and Roblox and it's young people stuff mostly, it seems. They all got, all the RuneScape streamers got permaban on Twitch. It's also people who've been paid a lot of money by Kick to go and stream there. Oh, I'm such an idiot. I'm an actual moron. I started after all that. I started a D0 instance. It doesn't matter. We can just go back to the 4. Yeah, true. We were just talking about that before. A couple of people coming through were saying like they had to go back to school and college today. Oh, we don't need that. We need pick. Since I have thoroughly fucked that up. Hello, Chili Bell. Don't look at me like that. I'm trying to get your blanket out. Got somewhere to soft to sleep on. Don't look at me like I'm attacking you. Class selection paralysis. I don't have that issue. I don't really want to level any of the other classes, but yeah, I know some people really like that shit. Which ones have you leveled up so far? This will clear up here. I think this already got cleared, right? Oh, it's 2 mobs coming around. I guess this highway is not clear. Make sure all the mobs here are dead first. It's really hellish. Monk, Necromancer, Bard. Ah, cool. It's an awesome trio. Paladin's really busted. Paladin's really busted. Enchanter's really busted. Charmer's really busted. All of the classes seem kind of cool though. Beast Lord needs probably a bit of help still. Still a bit tough fitting Beast Lord into stuff. I love Beast Lord as well. My favourite class. Yeah, a lot of people for a long time were doing Paladin Berserker because the Frenzy helped reset Smite, but Smite is on a cooldown now. So it makes it a lot less good. I think you can still, like, people could still like doing it with it and going two-handed. You're doing two-handed, going Berserker. Kinda cool. The Torrid Corruptor quest, like that thing is really powerful when it's plussed up. I guess that's one good reason to do it. Torrid Corruptor's a very cool weapon as well. There's at least one ghoul that is still pathing through here. Hello. Hello. What? Oh. Oh, that's not the icon that I'm used to for blue diamond. I was like, what the hell is that? We'll store those. Used to my blue diamonds looking like diamonds. I think that's the ghoul that was wandering around there, the little white dot. Might be coming back down here now. Yeah, it looks like it is. Immediately gone for my pet. Silly little dickhead. Why you gotta be like that? Leave the poor wolf alone. We don't tolerate animal cruelty around here. Except when we're murdering animals, you know, other than that. Say goodbye to Monk. It's so hard to play without Monk, man. Monk just feels so good. Monk does so many things so well. The mend is so strong here, and just being able to feign at will. What's not to like? We found ourselves a new rat. I feel like this might be the remnants of the highway mobs. Paladin Monk Druid's fine, yeah. Like the major thing you're lacking there is a slow, right? And that's the problem with it's kind of the problem with like knights as opposed to fighters. Like if you have a warrior? It's a warrior in this game. Brain is gone. If you have a warrior, they already have like triple attack, they already have dual wield, and thus you don't need another class to like give you that stuff. Whereas with the knights, if you want to be able to dual wield and whatnot, you pretty much have to take a class which has those things, which limits you to like monk and ranger. Ranger's pretty good. Speaking of which. And that doesn't leave a lot of room for like customization. Druid's really good for like AoE farming when you're strong because it has massive damage shields. And it has a bunch of AoE spells. I've seen a few people running Druid. They're mainly like just chain farming stuff, like lots of mobs at once. Paladin Bard Druid. Yeah, you can always do Paladin without a healer as well. I've seen that a lot, especially with Enchanter. Paladin's healing is actually off the scales. Paladin plus Monk, particularly, it's just so much healing. Like, you almost don't really need a healer. a lot of the time. The big problem with Bard is how many spell gems it takes up. It's really powerful. It does loads of cool things, but it's like your entire bar of gems. Be able to maintain all the songs plus do whatever it is you actually want to do with Bard, be it like Charm or Mez or whatever. So it needs to be paired with things usually that don't need a lot of gems. I haven't clicked this. Missing 3 damage shield. Criminal. Charm is like really busted. So if you like charming at all, this is a great place for it, whether Bard or Enchanter. You see another Enchanter, you're gonna vomit. Yeah, there's a reason I'm not playing an Enchanter here. I just didn't. Charm, enchanters make the game too easy. Like they really do. They just solve every situation. And charming, for me, takes a lot away from your actual power because it's such a big, overwhelming thing. Kind of your pet doing everything and not really you. The damage on some of the charmed things here is so obscene. Oh. A bit of force there. Before I started playing this again, I'd kind of forgotten what it was like to be tossed around by some of these bosses and various mobs. Getting grab flux into knockback and all sorts of shit. It's actually such a wild ride against some of this content. Get blasted around everywhere. Up the first ramp, yeah. But we are bone dry on endurance. And probably have been for a while. More than anything, this is just moat farming, really, I think. Really nice if we could get to Valorium. I think Valorium's on, like, the night. And I could not tell you off the top of my head how to get to the night. The Knights of Inaruk. But we'll be fine with that Valorium, it's okay. We got our fallen tunic legs. What more could you want? Is the Avatar of Abhorrence. These are actually up. We're in a public instance right now. I don't know if any of these mini bosses are actually worth us killing. This is Enchanter, this is Bard. Like, we could get another Stalwart Shields. Stalwart Seas shield from this. I don't think, oh actually I don't think the Maestro spawns. He's like, he's technically like a boss rather than a mini boss, I think. The Hand of the Maestro won't spawn. Maestro Rancor is Bard. Lord of Loathing is Shadow Knight, I think. Lord of Loathing drops the Shattered Emerald. It's the Spector. I don't know, we can just have a little roam around, can't we? It doesn't really matter what we kill. I don't think it's worth like aiming towards any of these bosses. We're always going to do Fear instead. Fear is it's just unpleasant though. We have more chance of being able to get Valorium from there, but it is really unpleasant. Hate is pretty chilled really. Once you cleared out the highway at the start, Hate is pretty chilled. Fear is just an endless ad fest. You walk like 3 paces off the zone wall, suddenly you have 17 mobs on you, shadows stepping you all over the place. I'm sure that's someone's like good idea, someone's idea of a good time, but not mine. I used to know sickos on live back in like Velius era who used to like trio Plane of Fear stuff for fun. Something wrong with some people. number of late nights I had from corpse retrieval in Fear. Holy moly. And on here. Proxy Yelp. It's interesting. Because that's a permanent effect, right? Big Valorian braces. Oh, these are actually quite good. I think we actually want these. Oh. Maybe we don't. This is surprisingly high AC. We already have some Valorian braces by any chance. We do, they're probably not in here. They're in my other bank. Have a look at this a second. So Yelp is permanent, right? Yeah, permanent. It's kind of cool. I don't know if I would ever use this. I'd have to be a rogue to start with. They're probably not, but who knows? I can't remember what bracer we're meant to be looking for. I think it's probably from Innerrook, like every other good piece of loot in the entire game. Who told bracer? Is that even good? This bracer looks kind of shit. Kind of trash. Maybe we're not chasing that. Maybe that's bad. Only lag, yeah, it's because I was tabbed out. For whatever reason, when I tab out of EQ, it goes like that. Is that right? Wouldn't like to say. How are you, Nick? You're alright. I love to hear that, mate. What do you got planned for the day? Still farming wind guns. I guess that's what you got planned for the rest of the day. What would I use? Lustrate Russet, maybe, for the resist? That's from Fear. Maybe we do want to use Backstraps of Mastery. Maybe Backstraps of Mastery are actually it. Maybe they're the one. I think I've been chasing a bracer that doesn't exist all this time. Probably should level this up. Gonna try Paladin Monk Bard. It's good. Yeah, it's good. It's really good. Like, Enchanter's probably better, but yeah, Enchanter sucks. I can totally understand why you're bored of Enchanter. I'd sooner uninstall the game than play Enchanter. That's fair, you know what? You know what, I'm actually with you, brother. I'm with you. I think I would probably sooner uninstall the game than do charm kiting with Enchanter. Charm tanking with an Enchanter, whatever the hell you want to call it. Cobra Commander. What's Cobra Commander? I guess it has lizards in it. But if you're talking about me, I'm doing great. Thank you. How are you feeling today, Narcos? Oh, hello there. Hello there. I mean, I guess we can merge you up. We don't... Oh, did that jump a lot of AC? I guess it kind of did. I can't really... Maybe this would be better than this. We got lots of copies of it, maybe. Want to be Lambert? Lars here, he loves Bard. He did Lambert like straight away on this server. He couldn't wait. He's so excited for it. I feel better when I have people to talk to. But I do appreciate people just lurking as well. I get lonely. It's a miracle that so many people just come and sit and idle while I'm playing games that they don't want to watch. Very nice of them though. We have unfortunately pulled a spike golem. We are not in a we might be in a separate highway here. We might need to pull these guys out. They probably do. I'd be disappointed by them. Can we stand here? Are we gonna get more ads? I'm not sure. Spike golem we can't slow anyway. Let's get his attention. Laceration doing work. You love Alabaster? Yeah, that's pretty sweet. It's not 5-star red though, is it, sir? Hello, Chili. People really despise you, Nick? That seems excessive. You don't seem a very despisable person. You're not overblowing it in your mind. We have this on a bracer now, don't we? Ah, that's not... Oh no, it did work. It did work. Never mind. I'm blind. I don't know why it didn't work from our hotbar. Darn spike golems. Takes so long to kill. Because they slow and they can't easily be slowed. It's the worst of both worlds. Nice, Nick. Yeah, Earth is coming. Wednesday evening for me, I think, is Earth. Hi, Cyril. I'm during math and everyone always calls me good at it. Also, that crazy to commit to things to the third power in your head. It feels really easy every time I do it. I don't know. Everyone's different. Everyone's different. Oh, that's why my pet's health is going down so much. The ghast was hiding behind the other ghast. Happens. I have to get balanced. Burn ourselves out of stamina, out of endurance over this very long fight. I think we probably get natural durability next in AAs. Purified body though. The question was, is it really that crazy to count to the third power in your head? Because it feels really easy every time I do it. Oh, Suikoden Starleap. Mate, the Suikoden Starleap. Suikoden Starleap OST is actually so good. It do things to me. I hate this computer. Oh, did you get your laptop back from the store yet? Okay, so are you not on it? Oh no. Wednesday. You don't have to wait too long, thank God. There's thingies down there. Ash and Bone Drakes. Oh, there's a loathing lich outside apparently. Just saw its scythe cut through the wall. Ah, that's so awkward, Narcos. Yeah, at least it's just a couple of days. 4chan is down. Oh no. Not 4chan. No, Mr. Lich. Pretty weird that the bracer doesn't work from my hotbar. Why that is. The only reason I'm studying so much is maths, physics, and chemistry. You don't know what jobs to get with that. Well, if we're being realistic, right? The job market is fucked pretty much no matter what you go into. Particularly in academics, it's very, 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 very difficult to get jobs. Now, you sound like you're very good at what you do, or, you know, you could be very good at what you do, right? So you probably have more chance of getting a job than most people do because you are specialized in one thing. In today's job market, as much as people might tell you you should follow your dreams and do what you want, that's not true. You shouldn't do that. That's absolute bullshit. If you're good at something, you should just find something that is related to it and point your face at it and just chase it, because like there aren't that many people who are actually genuinely good at something in life. There are a lot of people who are very mediocre at a lot of things. We need to lay on hands. Thank you. We've been Ignite Brains. do not know if we actually got that off. I don't think so. Ugh. Cleric's definitely our target. I think we probably need to go defensive or something here. And have a pretty awful time. Maybe Mage Hunter. Yeah, that's the problem with turning away from the wall. Now they're going to be split between us. We still have Soulfire. When you get into, I don't know how old you are, sir, but when you get into higher education, you want to aim yourself at finding ways to translate your skill into work, and you want to be able to, you want to try to network as much as you can during that period, and find ways to apply your specialist skill set. Hopefully, secure yourself some, like, a job. Find yourself work placement. These are more important than your studies. These things are more important than your studies. These are the things that will actually set you up with a career for your life. Please, too much. I just want to stand still and hit the thing. They are out of mana. We've done it. I want to get back against the wall, but I can't. Permanently rude. Oh, this is my moment. This is my moment. Lustrous Russet Helm is not really the best. Some of the Lustrous Russet armor has really good saves on it. Probably go back to offense now. Oh yeah, finishing blow's great, man. Finishing blow's absolutely fantastic. I don't even have crit yet though, so I can't really do finishing blow. Maybe I should do finishing blow. Now that you're talking about it, finishing blow is so efficient. Especially on high difficulty, because you're cutting out huge amounts of mob HP. What does it go up to here? Level 1 is 50% or lower. Level 50 or lower. %15 HP. It is still an amount. Yeah, it's pretty good. You love a finishing blow right now, I see. I think you might have something else in mind, Narcos. What we were talking about the EverQuest alternate advancement point reward finishing blow, which allows you to execute level 50 or lower monsters once they are below a certain health percentage with your critical strikes. Was that also what you were talking about? Close enough. Cool, cool. Okay, balanced. We're out of endurance. Wow, that's so good. 40 AC on that. Hot damn. You're working on that. Nice. Stairs looking like in here. We need to rebuff. Like, properly rebuff. Plus stuff is falling off. Ow. Rude. How rude. Yeah, I think that's part of the intention, isn't it? How you can just go and grind stuff and, like, it will help you out in some way or another. Have a little buffo. Congrats, Nick. You're a beast, dude. A beast. We could keep that to a minimum. I'd appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Broodmaster. Now, I did pull this at 70% mana, which I may regret. We're going to have to get defensive. It's kind of chill. We'll lay on hands as soon as we can for mana efficiency. Feels so different after your first spot. Yeah, it helps a lot, man. Helps a lot getting a few characters. think we need to strip this thing. It's awkward. Ah, we weren't in over channel. Whoops. Need to re-slow as well. That's massively reduced the amount of damage we're taking. Should have done that straight away. Must have been thornsing ourselves to death really badly. I actually got to lay on my hands, my pet. Ah, awkward position. Fine. We're good, we're good. Just need a little wiggle. Need to re-slow. Third time's the charm. You could probably go offense here. Didn't exactly pay out. Reunedged? Oh, we're wearing these, aren't they? Yeah. That seems good to me. Merge these bad boys. Probably start our own instance now. I guess we should get Combat Fury. Thanks, Fox. That's super kind of you, man. How are you? Good morning. I guess we should get these. I could just damage in it. Probably more than anything, we just need to push damage at the moment. Oh, it's Magi Ptaza. Baza. Maybe I should just start my own instance. Before we get Spike Golemed. Seems like a good plan. Nick's dominating out there. He's beaten Fighter Origins. I got a sand earlier on a mastery trial. Pretty exciting stuff. I know. That is a hell yeah. Right, we gotta break the highway in here then. hell is this? The sand is used to upgrade all sorts of stuff. It's like pretty much everything we're trying to do at the moment needs sand, and it's quite hard to source. It's just like a random, really rare drop from all sorts of content. You're just kind of hoping that you get it. Yeah, we're all lost without sand. So mobs from the highway actually patrol up into here as well. So I need to pull these back, and I think we might run into a third, but this is what it is. Got away with it. You weren't happy. Oh, Fox, no. Did you pull in the end or not? Is that a diamond? A diamond? You're only up 4 of her. The game... You wanted it too much, Fox. You wanted it too much, mate. Did you not... Sorry. Was there a reason you didn't stop at 1, Fox? I feel like I have to ask this. Oh, these are the beast resist boots. Oh man, this is tough. These are good as well. They have so much resist on them against disease and poison. But I think these are better. We should take these though. You want to spell Sylvia? I see, I see. I'm pretty sure there are more mobs that come up here. Probably at least one spike golem. That's just weird for me. I got lots of dupes. I got another Yatima summon and some Basaras. Nick got a Vazuzia, which is fucking amazing. Big congrats to Nick. And Alexia, damn. Go for this guy. Top tier in crew honors. I'm sure we will. I'm sure we will. The question whether will be whether I'm in the top 10 crew honors, I think. That is 2. Nah, it's 0. They both fucked off. This is 2, I think. Nope, just 1. Oh, this is not the right way, but this should be relatively safe. My shit ain't carrying anything. Maybe Paler will carry me. I don't know. Probably not, though. Judging by what I saw yesterday, I don't think so. Maybe a bit more than Europa would have. I think the most likely thing is probably like, if anything carries me, it'll be Fighter Origin when I unlock it. I think that might like break that open a bit, maybe. Hey Boone, better get carrying the crew. Who Fox? I hope you're not talking about me, mate. Jesus. Dark Metal Holy Water Sprinkle. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. We should probably take that, maybe, for the pet. You're a bit of a broke boy, really, aren't you, Acuben? In terms of class points. If I had less than 80k class points, I would probably strongly consider brave options for myself. Actually, this silver means what for class points? Just do Skyleap, man. Just get your points for Skyleap. It's so easy. Get like infinite points, infinite class points for Skyleap. It's so easy. Happy go lucky. There are definitely still mobs on this highway. Soulberries are fake, guys. Like, soulberries don't exist. They are a fake resource. They are a psyop. Not buying this shit. I'm not buying the propaganda. I don't care how many times you say it. I'm not buying the propaganda. Soulberries are a government psyop. They're a Japanese psyop. Hello there, Mr. Drake. It's on the other side of the wall. I'm a British psyop, am I? What exactly, like, operation am I trying to carry out, Bean? Tell me that. Riddle me that, sir. How cringe can one person be? Love old MMOs. I do love old MMOs, it's true. I love new gachas as well, though. I'm actually kind of excited to play Skyleap. Skyleap? Starleap. Also Skyleap. Not really, okay. I'm not really excited to play Skyleap. So let's not go too crazy. I also really want to play some single player games. I still want to really play Baldur's Gate 2 as well. I've been thinking about it so much for the last, like, 2 months. When am I going to get to that, though? I want to play Baldur's Gate Trilogy. One day, one day. At least I don't have a shortage of games to play at the moment. Can't really complain about that. I don't think we got too many games. Need less games. Come on, I fear. Thank you. Paler is a weird character. She both seems to support quite a lot and also needs quite a lot of support. But does... Chili, please stop licking my arm. Come on, man. Be real. Yeah, she needs both. It goes both ways with her. She's definitely not like a very self-sufficient character. She needs like quite a bit of support. But she does seem very strong. Yeah, she needs a lot of triple attacks. She needs a lot of triple attacks to really pop. So like not just everyone triple attacking, but everyone like double striking and triple attacking as well. Spike bombs are very annoying. Probably go evasive or something else. We don't need to be in defensive stance. He's doing nothing to us. Okay, that's slightly concerning. Where did it go? Where did the mob go? Where the... What the... Hello? Okay, no... Okay. No, we're okay. All that matters is it's here now. Is there a world where we would use those? Over these? Almost definitely not. Nah. I've taken them anyway because I'm an idiot. Because I'm a fool. Just chuck them in here. I think the coercer's upstairs in here. I don't think we really want to fight the coercer. Are we doing much for us? Unless we just want a chance at a big moat. I guess we can give it a go. It's a pretty shitty fight though. Mage Hunter. Hi. He's very magic resistant, and so it's super hard to land slow. Let's strip her. Ah, damn, she kept her damage shield. Awkward. Yeah, I don't think we're grabbing anything else there. Enjoying the angle, mate. What am I zooming in on? I'm not zooming in on anything, mate. Just here fighting this fine vampire lady. We can zoom out if you want. Cyril was a fan of the zoom in. We'd probably go defensive. Not actually nuking very much. They'll even get Oathbreaker's curse to land on her. I think Slow's gonna make it. almost dispel her again and get rid of the thorns. No, she kept the thorns. Criminal. One of these songs, yeah. Yep. Sure is. This is just gonna have enchanted stuff on it. It's not actually in any way. I don't even know why we've killed this. Just hunting for moats, I guess. You not need that. Just clear out these houses. I'm sure what we're aiming towards in here now. I don't think there's anything that's like really good offensively anymore. This is like called direct damage spells. It's not super useful. Finishing blow is not the most offensive thing in here, I think. Ogre worms. You all have perfect wings. Your wings aren't broken, guys. Yeah, I have wings. What? Oh, sorry. I meant wangs. Easy mistake to make. You've all got perfect wangs. Yep, sorry. I misspoke. You're welcome. Your wangs work great. They're not broken at all. Yo, someone today. Wow, nice. I didn't even know it was possible. Are you far through Stormblood yet? Have you got into Stormblood yet? Ah, Quantum caught up. Awesome. Quantum's actually been no use to the grindstone over Final Fantasy. It's probably the most devoted I've seen him to a game. He really wants to play with you guys. Oh, we don't have Puma on. Whoops. Indicolite is Warrior. Quantum in Sierra. Dude, Boone doesn't even play the game, and I don't think Quantum is ever catching Boone on Sierra. Yesterday, Quantum was like, I'm a dark and a light main. I was like, mate, remind me what stage of Sierras you are on both of these. Exactly, Boone, exactly. That's more lustrous Russies. In a year's time, I would bet money on Boone still being further progressed than Quantum in Granblue, for sure. Some things are just not meant to be, and that's okay. Cleric of Inneruk here? Really? Up here? What? Where the fuck did you come from, brother? You spooky motherfucker. I was literally just up there. Where did he come from? Valorium? Oh, this is actually possibly good. So, like, this is kind of comparable to this. It scales a lot better, but has less HP. It has mana on it instead. I guess it's quite similar. We definitely do take it. I don't know if we use it, though. Maybe if we get more. Where's this thing fucked up to? They really don't like the zone walls. What was your RNG? RNGeedle? RNGeedle? Is that a word? What is going on? Another arm piece was very decent. Is that something? Still those two. RNG. Oh, like. Like, thingy. No. Let me have a look. RNG. Daily random number game. Ah, I see. I got 872381. Is that good? Big number C score, yep. Got you. I was top 43%. I saw the best number that had been rolled today was 69, 69, 69, which I appreciated. More power to that guy. Oh, don't tease me, Rollers Gate. Don't tease me. Congrats, Boone. You're the biggest dork I know. Yeah, I made that joke. Quite a few mobs just kicking around out here. Let me clear these out. They have a very low aggro range, which is kind of odd. Ugh, spike golem. Ugh. There are quite a lot of mobs in this room. Might be up the stairs. Night. Don't need those. Oh, sorry, sir. I missed your message. You're still there? I hope you sleep well. At least he's having like no HP. Freebies. It'll clear that room below us. Clear quite a lot of these buildings up here. Good housekeeping. Yes, we do kind of want those, sort of. Kinda. Nah, we don't. Never mind. Guess we'll store them. The rune etch is actually better. Save magic, innit? You've never seen Narc like this? Like what? This is exactly like Narcos always is. What's it? I don't understand. Ooh, where did you come from? Oh, we are in the middle of a highway. We okay here? Don't know. Ooh, very magic resistant. Neremac ceremonial robe. That must be for something epic or something. Neremac ceremonial robe. Oh, it looks like it's a cosmetic item. The more you know. What was Fox done? Auto walking away from everyone else. Why are you doing that, Fox? You silly badger. There's a chest there as well. Mimic. Mimic! I walk a lonely road, the only one that I had ever known. Valorium. Valorium. Mummies. I think that's the whole of the like city cleared out, is it not? There's a house down here. Spidey G over there. This is the Ashenbone Drake ramp, if I remember correctly. Yep. Yeah, let's not fuck with that for a second. There's two mobs at the back of this building by the looks of things. I haven't played Paladin in so long, I forgot what most of the abilities do. Really? I thought you were like Paladin main, Paladin only. You're like mega big on Paladin. There are definitely a bunch of mobs that wander here. This is extremely dangerous. Yeah. I guess we're standing and fighting. I don't think this is necessarily the worst of it either. Go defense. Live, pet, live. Live, pet, live. Thanks, Space Monkey. Appreciate the follow. You can't really slow the spike golem. Try and burst this. Gonna have to soul fire ourselves. Ugh. Messed up my targeting. Spike Golem just shattered this harm touched us from behind. That is less than useful. Our pet is dead. Double Spike Golem is too much. We actually can't handle this. There's no way. Can get balanced. No. Okay, that was very silly. I don't know why I decided to try to fight that there. But you know, once we were locked in, we couldn't just abandon the pet, could we? That'd be wrong. The Spike Golems are pretty much the nastiest trash mob in here. They even have 3 classes. Fox are auto walking into the middle of a boss room. Is Fox like half AFK? Oh, he's probably tabbed out, like looking at about 7 different Twitch streams while trying to play Final Fantasy. Sounds like Fox. Oh, my pet's not great to hold. It is now, but it's a bit late. Oh, we did get the Drake. Yeah, ourselves a bit. Just trying to push this cleric down in offense. Because otherwise we're going to have to churn through its mana bar. It's going to take forever. We've had our bones ignited. Ah, this is the big building. Didn't even realize. Oh, Lord of Ire. Lord of Ire is a thing. I didn't realize. So we could maybe get the back from Lord of Ire. The very high AC paladin back with Go Disease on it. Be awesome. I thought that only came from Inner Root Kit. Oh boy, the Decrepit Hide. This is for Shadow Knight Epic. Still one of those, eh? Away for good measure. Guess I should wait for a second. Yeah, maybe we should be farming a shield from Lord of Ire. I didn't realize he was a thing here. Lord of Ire was introduced in a later version of Hate, I think. Right, we need to pacify these clerics. Oh wait, let's spell him first. And let's incap him. I think we can probably dot him. Quite poison resistant. Hello, Siv. Yeah, things are going all right, thank you. Just chilling out and clearing some planar hate. I only just realised that Lord of Ire exists on this server. As of, I don't know, about 5 minutes ago. Trying to get your jewel crafting up. What are you aiming to try to do? White dragon scale cloak or something? Did have like 30k platinum. How much do you have now? I got you, I got you. Hey! That sure makes things easier. That is probably something we should use. I had no idea that Lord of Ire was a thing here. I feel very stupid. We probably want a second hotbar window, which I definitely know how to do. Ah. My plat's hovering from 9k to 5k, crikey. It's crazy it's that expensive. Someone's selling a white dragon scale cloak here for 10k. What server am I on? I am on Payneal. Payneal. Your first three were Ogre, Warrior, Shaman, and Shadow. Cool. Now this is the only three that I've really leveled. Just have a Wizard and a Druid at 25. Oh, you're Payneal also. What are the chances? Nice to meet you. Oh my. Bit rude. You're from the UK, but you live in Italy. Cool. What do you do out in Italy? What takes you to Italy? Work? Love? Leisure? Love. It's a good one. Love's a pretty good one. Yeah, good stuff. You don't want to be in the UK, that's for sure. I don't want to be in the UK. But there are worse places out there, to be fair. She lived in the UK for 30 plus years. Wow. Well, I hope you guys are very happy together. You're having a wonderful time out there in Italy. I believe that may be a Spectre. I'd recognize that strange looking scythe anyway. That very outdated scythe model anyway. Chill and good weather, a bit too hot at the moment, yeah, I'm not surprised. Not let up in like 2 months, 30 plus temperatures, yeah, of course. That sounds like Italy. I can't have it all. I do like a good rainy day. Which is perfect because we get a lot. It's kind of weird to have cleared out so much of Plane of Hate. Ah. That is a very congested room. Oh, it's just pets. Two mobs and a pet. Fine. Oh, and they're on different levels. Even more fine. Couldn't be more fine. What take next? Maybe we should take improved men. Seems like a reasonable thing. Oh, we need first aid first for that though. Not entirely sure how much I really need. Improved men is very good though. Hello Libra, how are you sexy? Every time I see Libra now, I can only think of those crystals. Oh boy. It's gonna take me a long time to get over that, Libra. One of several people to have ever bought that pack in Granblue Fantasy, yep. I do remember. I kind of wish he had, Fox. I sort of almost wish he had. I don't think the crystal pack was a good compromise. Thing is with the Revan's weapons packs, right? Like they're not really complete because the hardest bit of the Revan's weapon is the what's it called? Evolution? No. Fuck. Word. Awakening. Yep, thank you. Too many terms in these games. Yeah, you need a lot. It's more than a few hundred. But to max it out, it's more than a few hundred. So buying those weapons is like really false economy because you're not actually getting the bit that's hard to get. Oh, we've just been bottomed out in endurance here. It's my bad. We could just get natural, no. We could get natural eminence. I'd rather get innate spell resistance though, I think. It's too, actually don't hate that. I also don't hate stoicism. No, there's still a lot we can get. Also don't hate pack rat because we are currently not getting our monk bonus AC because we're wearing big granite spolders. Still loads of things we can take basically. Oh, we are not pumed or hasted. So slack here. Oh, that click is not working. That click works. Is it because it's shift? Doesn't like shift. Yeah, it doesn't like shift. Okay. Oh, it doesn't mind shift there. That's weird. Odd. No, it's very important for us to be able to use the shield when we can, because it helps us take off disease counters for mainly slow. Wow, that takes a lot more counters than I thought it would. Literally just one taps all of the diseases. Rune etched is shaman. Don't think we need that. If we pull those again, we need to pull them back. Not doing that again. Come back, Mr. Spike Golem. Leveling on a DPS takes a while, yeah. It's another problem with Final Fantasy, to be honest, Final Fantasy 14. You have way too much pressure to not level as a DPS. Like, it's so hard to get through the story content as a DPS. Oh dear, this is so many mobs coming through here. That is really problematic. I'm gonna have to go defensive. Oh no. Not my pet. Not my pet. I'll lay on hands to pet. That's worth to me. Now, we no longer have lay on hands for us. But, you know. You still got Soulfire. Killed one Spike Golem. We want to kill this. No, it looks like my pet's on the Scorn Banshee. I guess we kill that. Slugs ourselves. And pet. Can still go evasive. We have that as an option. We do still have Soulfire. Have that as an option. Okay. That's not great for us. Before I try to slow the new one, we really need to burn through this old one. As this is a mage as well, so it's doing really heavy damage. Every nuke that it survives. Oh no. Okay, the pet is definitely going to die. Can we kill this Scorn Banshee mage? It's getting spam healed. We are very slowed right now. I don't think we can kill it. Sadly. Darn. I really thought that that was safe where we were fighting them. It was not. It turns out it was not. That was the middle of the highway. Whoops. I mean, we probably had to rebuff anyway. That's not balanced. That's offense. Booties. Just the really heavy disease poison res boots. They're actually really good. I think the magic res ones are better. Or just general stuff. Each one of these roamers we can just kind of knock out. Helps to diffuse the problem. You'd much rather be safe and warm in than this hellish dimension. I like the little things they add. They added to here. When you zone in, it's like, you really hate this place. Suddenly paranoid, you look at each of your party members. Which one will be corrupted first? Who will die next? Will one of them fail me? We should be in offense now. Oops. This building looks like it has 4 in. It's pretty spooky. Ah, it's 2 across 2 levels. That's much easier. Russing. Bounties. Yeah, we're not going to be using those. Ain't no way. Valorian braces. Is +6? 5. They're looking pretty good. Kind of prefer them to this. It has a save on it. Not the best save, but it is a save. And it also has dex on it, which is better than stamina probably for the most part. It's quite a lot of HP leaves though. This does have more HP on, more AC on. Anything along here that wasn't cleared? Oh yeah, here. Oh, awkward. Awkward assay. I love it when people's sweetly emotes run out because it means that I can understand. I can look at it and be like, ah, they're here. They've just arrived. Rather than me being like, oh, I don't know what. I still don't know what that box girl thing means. Hey, Ase. Yeah, not bad, thanks. Yourself? Just mass murdering the denizens of Plane of Hate. If there's anything else on this level, there's a few roamers rolling around. Out and about. Ah, yes. Spike bombs are annoying because they have so much HP. I'm just asking for the same thing to happen again here. Yep. Yep. So we can clear up this Scorn Banshee quickly. Just finished stage 2 of Fire in the Academy. Nice, you're almost caught up with Quantum. I really like this bracer. This has such good resists on it. I genuinely really prefer it to this. I think I am actually just going to use it over that. The resist is just so good. It has really good stats as well. Cool as this is. This goes into this huge building up here. The final building on this level, I think. No, we have this one here. Deal with that quickly. It doesn't really take much. As Ariatel always says, Quantum is like the ultimate tourist. And it really is very true. He really is the ultimate tourist. Right, I think we're getting into this big building up here. Definitely got some normal aesthetics going on here. There are so many mobs in this tiny little section. Uh-oh. Hopefully this is safe where I'm standing. Oh boy. Oh boy. Uh-oh. Well, that is not safe. Uh-oh. Yeah, we're definitely laying on hands here. Hopefully we can kill the Revenant. Kinda had to go defensive. These we can't really slow. They're way too magic resistant. Yeah, 4chan was down. Narcos was talking about it earlier. Uh-oh. Try and slay the Revenant. I think we try to finish off this low spike golem. So far ourselves. Just try and burn this spike golem. Gonna chip away at the poison counters on our slow, which is murdering us. Yeah, we got the slow off. One of these Revenants isn't slowed or anything, but I think we just have to commit to trying to kill the Spike Golem. And to push as much damage as we can into it. Gonna kill that slow off again. Go on. We're almost back at our lay on hands. We can keep trucking along for a little bit longer. We need to slug his pet. Yeah, slowed again. We almost have mend and lay on hands. On mend. Still desperately trying to kill this Spike Golem. It would decrease the damage, the incoming damage by so much if we can kill it. I slowed again. It's gone again. Can't unfortunately afford to Puma us. Okay. Okay. I slowed again. It's a lay on hands. Yeah, slowed again. Jewel of the Immaculate is kind of crazy. So glad we managed to pick it up. don't think we could have done that without that being able to cure our diseases. Quite Origin hard to level. I think it takes a little while, yeah. I mean, it goes all the way up to 50, right? And you've seen how long it takes to level things to 30. Imagine it will take a while. I'm kind of planning on leveling Fighter Origin, like, in the Guild War. Yeah, Militis bosses are pretty crazy. Rebuff our frenzy. Eat ourselves. Look at that swagger. It's a deserved swagger. That was excellent work from Big Icky. That was like all the Romas. Probably need to be balanced. That's what you want. That's like the best part of the game, honestly, Asahi, following Sierra carts. It's all uphill after that. Yeah, it's really nice, Asahi. Don't get used to it. think we got most of the, or all of the entrance roamers. So while this place is a mess inside as well, it doesn't really matter too much. There's quite a lot of mobs stacked up on top of each other. Hide ris. I don't think we need those. Oh, that was not what I intended to do. Shit. Actions, loot window. Silver. Oh, it's sliver, I guess. Shiver. Shiver back. Okay, that's where Lord of Loathing lives. Need to be in defense of the spike golems. They're a bit mean. Oh, mage stuff. Oh. I think that's like the first mage piece we've seen in this whole clear. It really, we don't really need to kill the Lord of Loathing, but I guess we will since we're here. He's not liking slow. Did take in cap though, so we should probably keep trying. There we go. Might try and cheeky offense this. A little while. I dropped a manja. Nice. We'll just keep burning in offense and we can lay on hands ourselves. We get late. Re-slug ourselves. He has pushed us into a really awkward position here. I better lay on hands myself. We are rooted as well. Need to re-Puma. As long as he doesn't knock us back again, that would be a little ugly. There are mobs over there. We might just rebound across the wall. Not even a moat. And grab these roamers over here. Wait, hold on a second. What have I done? So many enemies here. Somehow got away with just walking up to her there. That's why there. I think this is most of the, like, roamers gone. We should really grab that spike golem if we can. Ah, it's gone all the way up there. Try and go grab that spike golem in a second. I guess Maestro doesn't spawn here. Maestro isn't in the other version, right? Either the raid version. I was expecting to find Maestro here. Does he just not exist here, I wonder? Maybe we have to kill the ads for him to spawn or something? Right, where's that spike golem? He roams up the stairs, doesn't he? These are not stairs. High Priest is up here. Oh, nice. I think we probably need to rebuff, like properly rebuff at some point. Dicolite, that's fighter, warrior. Hi! Hey, Letty! How's it going? Thanks for raiding, it's very kind of you. Hope you had a wonderful stream. Were you streaming EverQuest Legends? Let's take the spike on. This is the Roma that we've been chasing around. Rebuff after this. We're getting a Fiery Avenger. Oh, nice. I did not complete my Fiery Avenger. I couldn't be bothered. Just grabbed my Soulfire. Got my Torrid Corruptor. Called it a day. I was tempted though. I'm just a tourist. So probably 12 hours off. Yeah. What are you? Which bit are you on? All I really had to do for Torrid Corruptor was camp Lord Grimrot, which is not too hard with like pick zones and whatnot. Oh, I meant to rebuff. You're gonna let us get away with that. Yep, you are. Nice. Thank you, Mr. High Priest. Very gracious of you. Maybe Inner East, not that bad. Just collecting everything and then gonna do it all in one. You have the Ghoulbane, you have the Soulfire, you have the books. Nice. What are you missing then? What's the other bit of Fiery Avenger? I thought that was everything. You have to do a plane of air, a little plane of air bit maybe? It's been a while. Ran out of time today. Ah, yeah, you need to go to Sky. Did I say air? What I meant was Sky. Sorry. Why do we have to keep pondering, mates? I don't know. You tell me. Thank you so much, Pro. That's so nice of you. 10 months is a very long time. Maybe you should take a step away and ponder it some. Yeah, I think it's because we had them as different things and it was okay having it as the other thing and we just left it so there wasn't any confusion so people could use either. It made sense at the time. Rude. I really should have dispelled this. I might still just dispel it now. Oh, I didn't even take off my end cap. Never punished. Never ever punished. Fancy Souls likes. Not really, because Souls likes have a lot of like filler shit in between the bosses, and I don't actually really appreciate it at all. I quite like boss rush stuff though. I get really bored and sometimes frustrated when there's like a lot of stuff between each like Souls boss. Try and get my pet back behind it. Need to re-slow by the looks of things here. We are really playing with fire, but we can lay on hands and stuff at any point. I think I'll just lay on hands just before the next smite. Otherwise we're going to be medding for ages, aren't we? We need to go balanced as well. All of our fortitude's gone. Endurance? Endurance. I wish the pet wouldn't hug quite so close to the back of this. So easy for it to get swapped onto the other side and then be hitting its front. Yeah, we can store them. Never going to use them, but store the ethereal greaves. Why not? Okay, so that's everything up here cleared out. I'm guessing Maestro of Rancor just doesn't spawn on this server. Or Maestro. He's a good guy. Because he isn't up here and you don't see him in the actual raid version, right? Got ourselves a little gobble. Ah, there's no point in trying to slay that. We might be able to land Envenom Bolt. But magic is not landing on these things. Offense might be a bit ambitious for these guys, but we can try it. We are quite a lot stronger than we used to be. Kind of looking forward to seeing Maestro. I haven't seen Maestro of Rancor in... Wouldn't even like to guess how many years. Hanging out at his organ. Oh yeah, I'm trying to slay something that can't be slayed. Or has a million magic res. Whoops. Today's retrogression is the worst spell in the game because it takes off our frenzy and we have to recast it. So nice being able to shield of Immaculate off all the random diseases and slows and things. I really didn't know Lord of Ire existed here. I thought it was Shield of the Immaculate was going to be a drop-off in a rook. Good thing we came up here. We're kind of playing with fire a little bit here. Let's give ourselves a little top up heal. Okay. We played chicken a little too hard. Come on, that's what Lyle Lance is for, right? Being an idiot. Maestro, come and play. Aww. Who, Maestro? Bugs? Maestro of Rancor? Surely not too busy to see me. I think I walked past the haunted chest as well on the side here. I did indeed. Hello there, sir. Sorry about that. Very rude of me. Okay, I think we have actually cleared out the bottom level now. Oh, no, never mind. Get on over here. Oh, no, that's up. One more aura gun left. You're almost done, mate. So close. Just looking behind here. Searching for Maestro. It's hiding. So let's try down here. And we still, of course, have the big staircase. Really intend to clear out the whole of Plane of Hate, but oh well. One way to spend an evening, I guess. Oh, we don't wanna. I guess we can. As long as we aim ourselves towards the other wall. Oh, no, wait. Then we'll kill our pet. Yeah, let's not do that. Oh, we're killing our pet, can we? Chance of sleeves. Not the most point in the world in clearing these bosses, but I guess we will anyway. Probably go defense. It would be quite helpful to dispel this. Even though I've already incapped it. Why did I not do it while I was in Over channel? Oops. There we go. Good as new. Oh, we need to refrenzy ourselves. Lost that a while ago. Check a little re-slow on this. Interestingly, this isn't casting for some reason. It's not using its Shaman or its Necro classes. I don't know why. Seen a few mobs like that. Weird. Ah, this is the Necro Focus. We should probably take this, just in case we ever use Necromancer. This is the Pet Focus. Makes their pet higher level. Ah, we got both. They're right on top of each other. Going all in on Arc Knights. What, like monetarily? So, as we've talked about quite a lot, dead zones, gacha dead zones are very real. Yep, of course they are. Playing, yeah, like, there hasn't been a new gacha in so long. It's been the first thing of note that's happened in the gacha space for ages, so all of the streamers are jumping on it. It's the gacha treadmill. It's been a bleak year for gacha. No, there's nothing wrong with it. It's not really curious. The market's fucked. Yeah, it's nice that they finally made a PC client for it. But yeah, the reason why it's getting so much attention is because there's just nothing else going on. Yeah, exactly. It's the same reason why a little while ago people were all on Limbus, because it was like there was literally nothing happening. There was no games. It was so sad. Like gacha this year has been absolutely dead. Like absolutely completely dead. Yeah, it's like GBF and Steam release exactly. You can be sure that the next, even like slightly mid gacha that has any kind of draw whatsoever is going to have every streamer like jump on it immediately. Just like Star Savior. That is not safe to pull, is it? We need to get the trash gonger first. Yeah, it is a good game. It is a good game. But actually, fuck Hypergriff. Like, genuinely fuck Hypergriff. Grab this guy while he's single. Single and ready to mingle. If I hadn't tried Arknights before, then I would have definitely tried it. With the PC client. But unfortunately, I've already seen everything of Arknights that I need to see. I don't know if you should fuck Hypergriff. Well. Griffline? Is that what they're called? I don't fucking know. Who are Griffline and who are Hypergriff? I don't know. Whatever the company's called. They're all the same. They're all the same people. But like, oh, it comes from the same company. If it's a weird little sub-company thing, it's still the same people. What's up? Okay. Maybe, yeah. Need to be a bit careful here. I'm dicing with death a tiny bit. I didn't want my pet to die though. Actually, I'm reading it in a place where I can't get behind it. Yes, every fan base is better than every other. Yep. For sure. 100%. I guess we'll take this for the same reason. One of the mage focuses. Can't really see myself doing mage epic, but hey. Top up monthly PvP. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. Got that silly pet first. You've been fiending anime recently. Bellico, you found anything you really enjoyed? Black Bible. Ooh, hello sir. That was an awful lot of damage out of nowhere. We are being incredibly cheeky and hitting him in offense stance though. Very slow. go balanced because we're almost out of endurance anyway. Rouge. Tweshby's just set up Bellicoat. God knows how long. Sawed him right out. Yeah, that's that little section cleared out. I think we got up here now. There are 2 Ashen Bones up here. Ishizuku Reviewers is a must-watch. I would love it. That sounds suspect. You just set Bellico up for the next few years of anime watching. This is a mage, isn't it? Yep. Sure is. Better kill that first. Scorn. Grandmaster Ratai. Master of Spite. So this thing is unslowable. Or at least for us, I think. Oh, never mind. I've just slowed him. I'll take it back. Speed him up. Movements of the Earth. Yeah, Movements of the Earth was pretty cool. That was back when I did consume media. Dorohedro is definitely a bit of an acquired taste. That's quite unique. Absolutely pounded that guy. Don't think Rune Etched is going to help us. We'll do Mistress first. You've given Bellico like 50 animes, guys. 29. Not bad. Bird. Bird. Oh, we left feedback. There are a lot of animes out there. $40? Very slow. Oh, I should have been eating my own slow. I keep forgetting. I wonder why it's dying so slowly. Ooh, a bit cheeky. Ubervelt, thank you so much. Very kind of you to follow. That was unreasonable on hands. Weird no one recommended Rent a Girlfriend. Yeah, really strange that. Such a high quality anime as well. In 50 to 18 days? Because of the thing? What thing? What thing? The thing. Limbus is another month. th of September, innit? Hmm. Guess we go up here then. We have to go up here, right? Ah, they are above our pacify cap. Dandelion was really, really good, yep. I was shocked by how good Dandelion was. Ow. Less of that, thank you. Yeah, what was your 25th anime? Where'd I go? Oh. Oh. Something can be worse than 100 girlfriends who really, really, really love you. Yep. Man. Areem shades are rough. Areem shades are really rough. I don't know what I'm using these AAs on. I really should use them on something. Maybe we just get natural durability. You can get endurance regen, actually. That is not a bad idea. Is endurance regen. Mental clarity, that's mana. Circular breathing, it's this. Because we burn through our endurance pretty quickly. Any amount of endurance regen is going to help. It wasn't that bad, just boring. The piece of media made to entertain you was boring, and that's not that bad. Okay. It's an interesting take. Berserker legs. Oh, berserkers were a thing. Bellicoat. Oh shit. I like that. Could have waited your turn. You know that OG Arc Knights had a Dungeon Meshi collab? Yes, when I played Arc Knights, Bellicole, the Dungeon Meshi collab was on. I actually played the Dungeon Meshi collab. Bet you didn't know that. My account has a Dungeon Meshi character. Oh god. Hello there, sir. I did, but it's okay. I don't mind Dungeon Meshi. It's alright. I did not know that. Boys, I did not. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is actually hit like trains. All things considered. Ow. Jeez. Have some chill, sir. Elite track gains are rough. They are elite. He buttered our biscuit. Need to rebuff after this. We grab the other Roma first, too. Don't need another one of those. Oh, no, 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 no. Need to get these Romas while we can. Ooh, jeez. Summoned into a really nasty place though. The agents are rogues, so I wouldn't be surprised if it backstabbed me. We'll buff after this. I think we cleared the Romas in this section. Hello, Chiwi. Wise man would not find himself invading the realm of Inaruk. Inaruk's a pretty bad boy. One dude upstairs here. Oh, this is for Nature's Defender. I thought that quest existed. Like a nature-y version of the Paladin epic. Gotta get defensive. It hurts. Ow. I think it's proccing really nasty life taps or something. For Mage Hunter. Leon Hunter herself. Speaking of witches, oh shit, our slow's gone. Whoops. Oh, whoops. Yeah, this is kind of bad. We're so far ourselves. The slow did stick, thank God. There's a very bad series of things that happened. Mostly because I'm stupid. Install that. The Roma up here. Oh, it's an elite Dragoon. These are brutal. Why are you attacking my pet and not me? Please. Thank you. Scumbag. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's really bad. Where is the disciple? He's slowed. Try and whittle down this dragoon first, though. We need to cleanse ourselves. No, no. Stupid dragoon. Stop trying to kill our pet. Why'd you have to be like this, my man? No, stop. Stop killing my pet, please. They don't actually have many options here. We're in a bit of a sticky situation. At least our pet's healthy. To cure our disease off, our slow off. No. Stop spamming it. Oh, he got it off again. Scumbag. To re-slow this guy. Why a silk cloak? That is pretty shocking. It's gonna take you such a ridiculous amount of time to try to watch all that stuff. It's over for you, Malako. A little dip into evasive. Must be both upstairs. What we got here? Rogue. Ooh, that building has a lot in. You didn't like Arcane Season 2? I thought it was alright. Pretty good, even. Ugh, Lord of Mysteries. Ugh. Lord of Mysteries was one of the most disappointing animes I've ever watched. Oh, you're still in the intro, Boone. All good, dude. Take care of yourself. Thank you for hanging out. I hope you're enjoying Stormblood, even if it's a little slow. I heard so much hype stuff about Lord of Mysteries, like, before it came out, right? Because the manga is meant to be so good. And it came out, and all I heard were people just being like, it's shit, it's absolutely terrible. And then the fans who really love it, who love the manga, just coping with it and being like, oh, no, this is really good. It's really good. Everyone I know that, almost everyone that I know, who doesn't like Lord of Mysteries absolutely detested the anime because it was shocking. Just makes no sense. It just makes no fucking sense. Like, it genuinely makes no sense whatsoever. I'm sure if I had read the manga, then maybe it would make some sense. But even a lot of the fans that I've talked to are like, it sucks. It's not the manga. This must be 2 floors. I watched To Be Hero X and Lord of Mysteries back to back, and it was probably the bleakest set of anime I've ever watched. Because, like, they were both so hyped and they were both so shit. See you later, Bellico. Zendaya? I don't know. Seems alright. I think a lot of Hollywood acting these days is just very rigid. I don't think it's like just Zendaya. I think it's a bit personal to just be like Zendaya. I think it's a problem with Hollywood in general. And maybe she's a great actress and she's just not allowed to act the way she wants to. Who knows? Wow, those are awful. Some of the worst classes I've ever seen. Vermiculated leggings. They suck. I have not seen Odyssey, no. Generally don't like anime adaptations, especially for text-only stories like Lord of Mysteries. The pacing is never right and the visualizations are always lame compared to what I imagine. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Well, there's still at least one roamer out there. Be a bit careful of that. I haven't seen Freya in Season 2, but I love Freya in Season 1. I thought the pacing was amazing in Season 1. Because it just told so many stories. And it did it really well. Yeah, I haven't seen Season 2. Oh, we are so tapped out of endurance. My bad. Been bottomed out for God knows how long. Pretending to be in offense stance. Whoops. Plane of Hate is so huge. Not really surprising. Used to be in raids that lasted like 12 hours in this place. Hello, Miss. You're not that elite. You couldn't. Just walked right past me. Oh my god, what is going on in here? The actual shit is going on in this room. There's so many mobs. I think this is a church, isn't it? Yeah, it's a church. I remember. There's an evangelist leading the ceremony. Yeah, this is Inaruk's realm, his plane, the god of hate, god of hatred, and it's a city full of his worshippers. Pretty cool. Yeah, it was massive back in the day. Fun, like funny to be able to explore this by myself and like kill everything in it. If I can get into the church. Maybe a bit difficult with the roamers. Unless I can pick them off. We're going to end up in a real mess. Could you aggro me, please? Thank you. There's one more roamer running around here somewhere. Thanks, Fox. I'm going. He's just chasing Inaruk, aren't they? Disciple of Inaruk. Age of Inaruk. Yeah, that's the church. I don't fancy trying to break that. Here's a roamer behind us. Might be a little taxing. They're just having a chilled little ceremony in there. This heretic was a paladin of that sickly god Nathaniel Marr. He felt sure his god would protect him, but his god was weak. I smote him with the power and fury of Inaruk. That's what the evangelist in there is teaching. Ooh. Got forced and then summoned back. Bit of whiplash there. Ah, that's my pet. Don't be like that. Oh, don't root me there. Just root me in the most awkward place possible. Lay on hands, saves the day again. No. No. Oh my god, why? Okay, okay, we're free, we're free. No, don't kill my pet, no! You motherfuckers. I can see why people hate everyone here up here. Rebuff time then. Hi, Mr. Frog. Thanks for following. Hope you're having a good day. Oh my word, those are a number of roamers. It's gonna start getting very sketchy to keep pushing into these places. Unless I just kill all of them. Hello, a green blood emissary. Oh, this is the house with all the different evil races in. Evil god representatives in. There's a green blood emissary and a green mist emissary, is it? It really doesn't want to get slowed. He just does not care for it. Should have stayed in the swamp, bashing lizards. Too true. We actually get like negative rep here with ogres, I guess. This was Inarik, right? Yeah, this was Inarik. Oh no, never mind. Inarik goes over there. Bellicolt doesn't play gachas anymore. Bellicolt only watches an endless list of anime. He doesn't have time for such frivolous pursuits. He's got quotas to fill. something in here. Hey, Miyabi. What's up? Just living life. Clearing out plane of hate. It is indeed. Yeah, this version of it has quite a bit more. I don't remember this part very well. Oh my word, there's something. Ah, this is the bit with the emissaries. Yeah, I remember. There's like all of the evil gods are in here. Green Mist Diplomat, Steel Warrior. Representatives of a load of different races. Kinda cool. Let's see if I can make my way over to where Inaruk normally would be. It's because I'd kind of like to see it again. Version, yeah, this is EverQuest Legends. Shadow Knight legs. So many roamers here. Oh, that's bad. Come back in here. Oh dear. You are rooted, aren't you? Okay. We're dead. Or I have to fight. It's very unfortunate. Maybe a little tricky. Wait for the Dragoons to drop off first. We'll get up and lay on hands ourselves. See if we can stay on this side so the pet's hitting the back, but I'm a little bit scared of the door. Rebuff ourselves quickly. Play this out, and then we'll have to deal with these roamers. Because we need to get around to here, I think. Okay, we need to try and nab one of them, but not all of them. We'll lay on hands ourselves in a second. I'm going to try and pacify one of these if possible. I think this means there's 2 more roamers. One's about to come up. Oh, I should be in inversion. Whoops. As well, that did not finish casting. At least 2 more roamers up. Okay, I think we go for it. One over here. I think we can dodge him. I don't know how many roamers and shit there are here. I do at all. Uh-oh. Oh god. That's very bad. Okay. Sorry, Pat. So we need to go through there. Hello, Chili. Need to wait for these to de-aggro. Definitely at least one roamer in there. I think we need to pull these guys to the corner. That one has immediately after this. Oh, oh well. Yeah, I would have liked to get up there to see where Inaric actually spawns. I haven't seen it in so many years, but I don't think I could be bothered to run back all the way back up there now. I think we had the right idea there. We could have just like flopped through as well. Anyway, we've been in Plane of Hate for basically the entire day, just fucking around. We cleared a huge portion of it. So much so it's actually started to respawn. Just about. Right, folks, I'm done for the day. I'll be back tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching. I appreciate it. I will be doing the raids on here again tomorrow. Tuesday is probably going to end up being our raid day for EQ Legends. Because it's like also the patch day for EQ Legends. Thank you so much for watching. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good luck with whatever you're up to. Thank you so much, intro. Thank you for following. I appreciate it. Yeah. Catch you soon. Good luck. Thank you so much again. Hope you have a wonderful one. Thanks, Biggie Smalls. Take care, guys. Yeah, see you tomorrow.